Hello everyone. Hello to... Hold on a second here, sorry. One second. Hello to Blaze Rage, Sarah, Thomas. By the way, Sarah, we're not gonna get to episode 36, I'm quite sure. Dragon Lord, Flick, Jirosama, Rennigan, AZABC, Kacid, did I miss someone? I think I missed Flick. Flick, hello. Hope you feel better later on, Kacid. Hope you get a decent recovery. Iconian, Dark Kebabs, Vehement. I forget my own birthday, but not Arcane Togashi's. Relatable. Hey everyone. Big Flex, Skip, Shaw. How's it going, Shaw? Congratulations again, Shaw. Schwassam, a fellow nerd. Yeah, gotcha, Sarah, makes sense. Diego. Okay, yeah, so just to let you guys know, by the way, yes, like Sarah said in chat, today is Togashi's birthday, April 27th, which was yesterday in Japan, but, because of the time difference, but yeah. So, very cool that it coincides with this. So the structure of today's stream is just going to be a quick summary of the character rankings I would do specifically just for Heaven or Hunter exam. We'll do a episode tier list very quickly. That won't take too long. We'll do a couple of channel points bets because people wanted to do that. And yeah, so that, and then we're gonna move on to Zoldyck family arc. We'll talk about that, and then we'll do maybe the first third of Heaven's Arena. We'll see how it goes. So that's the deal for today. Next week, how's it going, Shadow? Next week we will complete Heaven's Arena and do the Whale Island episodes. If that's the goal. If that ends really early, we can start York New as well. But that's what I'm thinking. And then I might do a little tier ranking as well for Heaven's Arena, Whale Island, and Zoldyck family. How's it going, Poyar Tang? You still in shambles because of Better Call Saul? Yes, I am. That was unbelievable. That was crazy. One more housekeeping thing, by the way. So we have a lot of videos that have been funded thanks to your guys' support, which I really appreciate. Already F tier. Yeah, I don't know if I'm gonna name every single one, but yeah, we'll work it out. So yeah, we have lots of videos funded. So thank you guys so much for that. I really appreciate that. You can get those on, you can check the list here on goals, the goals command. And I really appreciate all of that. Thank you guys so much. But it's catching up with me a little. So like I have to before I can put new goals, I have to finish a lot of the ones I've got here. So we've done all these. I finished this video. I finished this video. I'm doing this Fata video. At the moment, I've done Victor. I've done Shadis. I've done Magath. The Elden Ring video has been sent to an editor. And then I have this stuff to do. So I need to get some of these videos out, and I need to start working on some of these other ones before I continue putting more goals, if that makes sense. So yeah, so there will be less goals for the next maybe week or two as I catch up. But what I've implemented here is a donation bank. So if you donate subs or money or bits or whatever, and none of these goals strike your fancy, you can put it into the donation bank and keep it for when I add something down the line. So for example, if Sarah gives 5 subs and doesn't want to put it to anything, I will just do this. I'll just go 5 subs, her username, and then you can cash those in later. Make sense? I did add one thing though. This is a stream goal, so this is a goal to get me to play the second Phoenix Wright Ace Attorney game immediately after the first one. I'll probably play it on stream eventually, but I was thinking, I don't know when. Fulfilling this goal guarantees that I do it immediately after I finish the first one. Okay, any questions about any of that? Let me know. If so, if not, we can just get started. Thanks, Sarah. How's it going, Safwa? My favorite Attack on Titan season overall. Thank you for the 5 gifted subs, Sarah. What would you like those to go towards? Thank you very much, Sarah. Thank you very much. You want them to go towards the bank? I'll put it towards Bokuto. Okay, gotcha. Thank you so much. Yeah, enjoy your subs, guys, if you just got one. Very cool. Sorry, enjoy your emotes. I just added a new Yor one. And what's your favorite Attack on Titan season? Overall, probably the one we just finished. Or season 2. One of those two. Season 2 is my favorite adaptation. Hey PTM, excited to have you here. Excited to have you here. Okay, so I guess we can get started. So let's just do a quick ranking, because people wanted to do, or let's do the episode tier list first. I won't do any channel points bets for this one. We'll just quickly do it. Season 2 definitely most underrated. I don't know public perception much. I just know it's my favorite adaptation, pure adaptation. I love season 2 so much. I have problems with every season's adaptation, but yeah. But season 2 is my favorite. Okay, and so yeah, let's just do the tier list. I don't think anything's gonna be above double S. Well, should I get rid of my camera for this? Yeah, let me just get rid of my camera. They're just that good, yeah. Thank you for the follow. 10th Dimensional... I give up. Thank you for the follow. Hey, Panda Whamma, how are you? So I don't imagine anything will go above double S just yet. But, and nothing in the series goes below B tier for the episodes. But I think for this one, we'll have episode 1 can go there. In A, episode 3 can go here. I think 2 would probably be B. 4 for me would be S. 5 for me would be S as well. 6 for me would be B. 7 would be S. 8 probably A. Probably most of Trick Tower would be A, except for 12, which would be S, I think. Yeah. Probably like that. 13, and then 14, I'd put in A. 15, really good. Double S. We'll put this in A. We'll put this in A. Double S. Double S. S. I think that's how I do it. Any questions about any of this? Any inquiries? Any feedback? If not, we can go straight into the character rankings for the channel points bets, but I think that's how I would shake it out. Nothing? Wow. Okay. First time an S, except for Sarah agreeing, first time a tier list of mine has been met with no controversy. Episode 6 is B. I hate cooking confirmed. I love cooking. Episode 6 should be C tier. Episode 6 might be my least favorite in the series. You know what? Fair. Let me be a bit more honest. Let me be a bit more critical. Thank you for the follow, Viadino. Sorry for the pronunciation. Thank you for the follow. Add a row below. We'll do this. Yeah, so that's fair. I think that's fair. This can probably be C. C, and then recaps. Be a bit more critical. So, like, yeah, if the closest thing to a C would be 6, and if I'm being honest, you know, it's fine. But, yeah, when I was talking about it on stream, I just went, what? I don't have a ton to say about this. The Netedo introduction's cool. I agree with that, Skip. I think that's cool. It expands the world. Like, it does have a function, it does have a purpose. If Togashi will understand, true. It does have a purpose. It does a few interesting things and important things. Just, you know. It doesn't go about them in the most interesting way, I think. So yeah, I'd put it there. Maybe there'll be 1 or 2 more C's throughout the series. We'll see. Okay. Perfect. Moving right along. And I think it would be overkill to say that any of them are triple S, but there are some phenomenal episodes that I would consider to be double S. It does have Killua hands in pockets while falling. That's true. That's true. Quick question, are you never sleepy or just pull through it? Do you mean while I stream, Joel Hat? Okay, so I'm just gonna list the characters here. Yeah, I think it makes sense for his character, Thomas, but I guess in the context of the episode, yeah, it makes sense. Love the Hunter x Hunter long sleeve. I have it in black. Yeah, it's so good. I got it along with my initial Hypeland order. Okay, so I'm just gonna list all the characters here that I'll rank. Leorio, Hisoka, Illumi. Remember, this is just with regards to the Hunter exam. So Tots, let's do Mito. Let's do Hanzo. I only want to do semi-significant characters. Ponzu. Oh yeah, Tompa, of course. So when I stream, sometimes I'm sleepy, Joel Hat, but most of the time I get a decent night's rest. When I don't, I will say that a couple of Sundays ago, that Saturday night, I had gone out quite late. There may have been alcohol involved. So the Sunday was rough, but I powered through it. You know, I was just watching anime, not like that was hard to do. But yeah, when I'm sleepy, you know, you just do what you gotta do. This isn't a physically exerting job, except when it's like Attack on Titan discussions and it's very controversial, and you gotta read out every long message. But even then, you just push through it. It's just streaming. Okay, Tompa. Who am I missing? Jing. Jing is a character, even if he's done through hearsay. Thank you, Safwa. Pockle, sure. We could do Bodoro. Leorio's theme from the 99 adaptation. I don't even remember how that sounds. How's it going, Thousand Arrows? I'm doing well. Hope you're okay. Sami is number 1. Am I missing anyone? Anyone, like, that's notable? I have 15 here. I have Mito. Yeah, you can link things in chat, Thomas. No problem. Menchi, I guess.
Chaos.
Holy shit. Yeah, no worries, Renegade. Thank you. Holy shit. Back on top. Thank you so much for the 15 gifted subs. 15 gifted subs. Thank you so much, guest. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. That is, you're a madman. I'm done playing around. Oh no. Yeah, just let me know about the goals, guest. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Okay, last call. Any characters that I've forgotten here? If not, I'll just start ranking. The dude that gets gone in the 4th phase and gets killed by Hisoka? Maybe? Hank video? Sure, you got it. Guess, thank you very much. Hank. Wow, yeah, okay, I need to do the math for that after, but I'll add it for sure. Thank you again, guest. Gereta? Which one's Gereta again? Let me just double check. Yeah, sure. We can put him. He'd be near the bottom for sure, but no worries there. Gereta. Beans? Sure, why not? Bald guy? Hanzo? I already put him. Right? I put him somewhere. Yeah, Hanzo, right there. Boat captain? I don't even remember his name. Captain... I think that's good. That's good. We're like... we're getting deep into it now. Okay, I think that's good enough. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8... Excuse me, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19. Okay. Hank! Katsuo, sure. Tyrande, the 20. Let's do Katsuo. Okay, so number 20, I would do Gereta, number 20. We are betting, yeah. We'll do bets for this. We'll do like a couple. Remember, guys, so just to let you know, this is my opinion of... This is a bit too loud. This is my opinion of the characters and like their role and how much they contribute to the Hunter exam specifically. I'm not ranking them with regards to the whole story, just what happens in the Hunter exam. So yeah, Gereta, Spirit Noodle, how are you? I think I'll do... some of these I'm splitting hairs between. I'll do maybe Bodoro? No. I'll do Beans. Then I'll do Katsuo. Then I'll do the Captain. Gambling time, exactly. Exactly. No need to do it, Spirit Noodle. The brother trio, no, I didn't put them in. I mean, they're whatever. They play a role, but they'd be 21st. Okay, so I did Captain, I did Katsuo, Beans. I think Menchi would be 16. Then I'll do Bodoro. No, then I'll do Pockle. Bodoro. You can't tell me what to do. 55k to spend. Oh, no. Okay. And then this is what I'll... I think I'd do Ponzu. Then I'd do... Yeah, I think I'd do Tompa after that. Not Buhara, no. I mean, they can go in the same spot. They can go in the same spot. Tompa? Ponzu Tompa. Then I'll do... Okay, and then when we get into like 7, 8 or something, we'll do a bet. Then I'll do... Because Jing as a character concept, Tompa not top 10. Bye, Hannah. See ya. Nice having you in. No worries, Sebastian. We didn't do too much. We just did a episode. We did a episode tier ranking. Right here. A betrayal? Oh no. Okay, I think I do... Probably Jing. Uh, yeah. Yeah, I think I'd do Jing there. Satots, I think? And then Jing, Satots. Okay, and then you want to do a bet between 8 and 9? They're pretty minor. They're pretty Wait, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah. Oh, you're going, Joel Hat? Thank you very much. Okay, so this is a minor one. This is a minor one. We'll do... Which is number... Been a VOD Andy for like a month. Glad to have you in, Concerned Bud. Glad you were able to come. How are you? Which is number 9. And then this is going to be between... Hanzo or... Yeah, totally, Thomas. Hanzo or Mito? But let me just zoom into this a little bit more. It's a bit hard to see. Your shirt is so sick. Thank you, Snot Girl. Thank you very much. Okay, so we'll quickly do a prediction for that. Thank you, Spirit Noodle. Some of you want some of you have wanted some channel points? Oh wow, that is quite loud. Some of you wanted some channel points? Here's your first chance, which is number 9. Trusting in the bald power. There we go. I think once we get to like number 11, 12, around there, it starts being characters that I think are very solid. Once we get to the top 6, it's like, okay, these are some seriously amazing characters, even just in the first arc. It is once again my time to lose points. Don't let you down? Hey, that one's up to you, Sarah. I do interestingly enough, I do need to actually read the next 3 or 4 One Piece chapters, because I do want to make a video, and the cutoff point is chapter 21. Like, I do want to do a video review, and the cutoff point is around chapter 21. So I do need to do that soon. Yeah, it's the channel points, yeah. Okay, so let's see. 67% say Hanzo, and 33% say Mito. 67 were correct. There you go. Hanzo number 9. I don't know why the spacing's weird. Whatever. Mito number 8. Easy win. Yeah, I'm a big fan of Mito. I'm a big fan of Mito. Rough, sorry. Sorry, Shadow. Okay, and then after that, I would put Netero. Then I would put Ilumi. And like if we were doing tiers, there would be a tier gap between 6 and 7. And then a tier gap between 5 and 6. But we're doing a bet between 4 and 5. Rapid fire. Next bet right away. We waste no time here. Which is number 5? I don't remember Mito doing anything. Mito is in one episode in the recap, but she's so good in that one episode that she's amazing. I'm the biggest Mito fan. Yep. Characters I'm the biggest fan of: Mito, Haru from Persona 5, / Royal, Poof, Chrollo, Washijo, Hinata. So which is number 5? How dare you? How dare you? This is the most I've ever spent, AJ. How could you do this to me? I guess when it comes to MILFs, no one is safe. Wow. How dare you guys insinuate that I'm using that sort of criteria? I was going Kare Kari. Unbelievable disrespect. Okay, which one is number 5? The Ultimate Battle. Leorio or Kurapika? I'm not betting on this one. I feel cheated. Fair. Okay, let's do a quick little prediction. Leorio or... Again, remember, you're betting for the one that's 5, number 5, not number 4. Which is number... And again, remember, this is just within the context of the Hunter exam, not overall. Which is number 5. I was so close to making you watch another Naruto episode. You got that many, Sarah? God damn. I am way too scared to bet on this one, so I'll just go with a small amount. Fair. Incremental little bits, Shadow. I'm curious as to what some of your guys' top 5s would be. Once I'm done mine, I'll ask you guys to drop your ordered top 5s as well. Because I'm curious. Hey Melia Market, how are you? How would you rate Hunter exam? You mean like out of 10, Diego Lucio? Is that what you mean? Someone gifted it to you, Melia Market, yeah. So enjoy the emotes. Hope you enjoy them. We got a lot now. Out of 10, I would give Hunter exam a 9 out of 10. I would give it a solid 9. I think it's a phenomenal introductory arc. Obviously, doesn't hit super masterful highs. You know, I think it doesn't quite hit the brilliance that the series captures later on in a lot of story sequences, but nonetheless, I think it's a solid 9 out of 10. Thank you for the follow, Clover's Fields. Thank you. Does narrator count as a character? If so, he would be a 0. Yeah, I didn't list him because it's implied that he's a 0. Gone. You are light. This song had to play, huh? Don't worry, we won't get into that. We won't get into it. We're just hearing it. We're just hearing the song. You want me to skip it? I can skip it. Okay, let's look at the predictions. 69, nice. 69% say Kurapika. And the answer is Kurapika. Kurapika is number 5. I think Leorio's is slightly, in the first 21 episodes, I think Leorio's is slightly better character than Kurapika. Both are great, obviously, but yeah. Love your videos, dude. Thank you, Captain Laser Eyes. Thank you very much. I'm glad you enjoy them. The narrator is not gone. It's a disembodied, beautiful voice. I have restored my honor. Nice job, Shadow. I agree with that, but they're both Kino. Oh yeah, obviously. Of course. 2 L's in a row? You're in the mud just like United? At least you're not as in the mud as United, Thomas. That's impossible. 7K? No, Hannah. Good job, Safwa. Oh yes, someone redeemed a One Piece chapter. Cool. So I've got 2. Thank you, Blaze Rage. I've got 2 on deck now. 2 on deck for Sunday. Our entire top 20 might be the same. Wow. Good taste concerned, bud. Okay, number 3. Hisoka. And the last bet of the day. Which is my favorite character in the Hunter exam alone? So which is Number 2 you're betting for. The Eternal Battle. Killua or Gon? All right. Killua or Gon with regards to the Hunter exam specifically. So let us start the last prediction. No battle, they're best as friends forever and ever. Outside of my character rankings, absolutely. Which is number 2? There we go, last one. Making me choose between my son's evil. Yeah, I had to do it. They're joint number 1, true. But if I had to, in the hypothetical evil situation where I had to pick one, who would be number 2? Damn, Thomas. Well, that would just be a Chelsea steamroll anyway. You're not missing too much. Unless you're a Chelsea fan. Yeah, you use them all in one piece. That's the sacrifice that needs to happen sometimes, I guess. $5K points? How do I even pick? I pick one, but I always bet 0 points. I've never done it. So someone in chat might be able to tell you the logistics of actually how to do the bets. I thought it was fairly intuitive, but maybe not. Sorry about that, Melia Market. I've never done it. But don't worry, you'll be able to do it for the next cycle of character rankings, which will be, if not in a couple weeks, I guess. I guess it would be. Or your location might be restricted, true. Yes, Javen, this is for the Hunter exam arc. Yes. Okay. And then let's see how it balances out. 22% said Gon is number 2, and 78% said Killua. 78% correct? Yeah. Yeah. Yep. Gon, in my opinion, is quite clearly the best character in the Hunter exam. Like, Killua would have been maybe around... Killua might have been 3. And then I think the last episode 20 pushes him up to number 2. But Gon is still ahead, for sure. I agree, but I thought you were Team Killua early on. Maybe it's the recent rewatch I've been doing. Gon is just... It's so clear to me that Gon is the best character in the Hunter exam, for sure. Okay, so yeah, guys, drop your top 5 in order for the Hunter exam. Or 6 if you want to do 6. I'm curious. Illumi, Kurapika, Leorio, Hisoka, Gon, Killua. Nice. Hisoka, Killua is closer for me than Killua, Gon. Me too, concerned bud. Killua and Hisoka switched around. Okay, yeah, that's fair. Hisoka's amazing in the Hunter exam. Killua, Gon, Hisoka, Leorio, Netero. Interesting, Netero ahead of Kurapika. That's cool. Literally the same as yours, just Hisoka and Killua switched. Yeah, I can see that for sure. I can see that. It's all Tompa, no room for anyone else. Okay. To each their own. Gon, Killua, Hisoka, Illumi, and Leorio in that order. Yeah, you're one of Illumi's greatest fans in the world, so I totally get that. And I think that's totally understandable too. Illumi, I love to see Illumi top 4. Gon, Leorio, Mito. Mito's number 3. Wow, I guess I'm not the biggest Mito fan in the world. I gotta get second place for that. Kurapika, Killua. Nice. Gon, Ilumi top 2. Cool. Killua, Kurapika, Hisoka? I don't think so, Thomas. I don't think so. Feels like I've forgotten much about the Hunter exam arc. Ah, too bad. You could have refreshed your memory in the streams, Melia. But no worries, we're going to Zoldyck family today anyway. Killua's my favorite in the whole series, but I agree he's 2 in this arc. Yeah. Yeah, that's very similar to my feelings. Who even is Mito? That's Gon's aunt. Oh, did someone ask about the gloves? I missed it. Killua, Gon, Hisoka, Leorio, Kurapika? Understandable concern, bud. Loki want to say Ilumi better than Hisoka, but episodes 20 and 21 aren't enough for him to be above just yet. Yeah, I think for Hisoka's role, particularly around episodes 15, 16, and episode 5 as well, that just puts him, that elevates him a hell of a lot for me. Kurapika, Gon, Killua, Leorio, Hisoka. Okay, cool. Have you done a Hunter x Hunter OST ranking yet? No, and I don't plan to. Sorry about that, Snot Girl. I just noticed them and decided to enlighten anyone. Okay, cool. Are we gonna get a command for whale sex facts? Eventually. One day. One day we will. My condolences to anyone who doesn't know the context of that joke. Yeah, anyways. Look, if you guys don't understand the context, you clearly weren't here for Ace Attorney. In which case, shame on you. Shame on you for not being here for Ace Attorney. Yeah, banger. This is Price from Persona 5 Royal for anyone who doesn't know. Okay, and let's get into the actual arc now, shall we? I asked my work if I can take next... We'll keep it in the cat box. Good idea. Good idea, Sebastian. If I can take next Monday off to watch your stream, let's see what they say. Fingers crossed. Fingers crossed. Ace Attorney is so good. Ace Attorney is so much fun, and we're getting to, like, the best material. This is the best material so far in the game. Is Hunter x Hunter anime manga your favorite, or, like, a top 10? It's my favorite, yep. You can check my top 100 fictional... There you go. There you go. Thank you, Thomas. You did it before I could. And Sarah. But yeah, it's my favorite. You blocked Twitch. You blocked me off, huh, Blaze Rage? Unfortunate. Okay, so... Zoldyck family. This music's a bit inconsistent tonally, but, I love it so much, I'm not gonna skip it. So the Zoldyck family arc. Infamously commonly thought of as the worst arc. By a lot of people. Interestingly enough, some people don't consider it to be an arc. Personally, I think it's very clear to me that it is an arc. The thematics, the story, the plot of it, everything about it is so extremely distinct from the goal of the Hunter exam and Heaven's Arena after it that I can't help but see it as its own distinct, comprehensive, start-to-finish story, as minor as it is. But, you know, I know that opinion differs. There are some people who have blocked me for saying that it's an arc on Twitter, which is interesting. And, yeah, I know opinions on that differ. People don't usually say Greeter Island or Heaven's Arena is worse. I've heard mainly love for it. That's what I've heard. I've heard people say, yeah, oh yeah, by default, Zoldyck family's the worst. That's what I, like in comments on YouTube videos, Twitter, replies to my tweets. Yeah, people have blocked me because I said that Zoldyck family is an arc, which is hilarious. Yeah, basically, I was just saying, yeah, I think it's an arc. They said it's very short. I'm thinking one interaction in particular. They said it's very short, so it's not an arc. And I basically said, like, the length doesn't have much to do with it. It's just completely different and distinct in terms of all these factors. Like, can you explain to me why it's not an arc? And then they blocked me. And then Davinator gifted 100 gift subs. I can't. Do not be sorry, Davinator. Some of you guys, please repeat what you said before this 100 bomb, so I can remember what I was trying to respond to. Thank you so much, Davinator, for dropping 100 subs. Definitely the most, I think the most I've ever been gifted, that have been gifted in this channel ever. Holy shit. Just a normal stream. Just a normal stream. Thank you so much, Davinator. I run out of ways to express my gratitude and always feel like I'm not expressing it enough. I really do appreciate it so much. Thank you so much. Everyone's a sub. Everyone's a sub. Let me know about how you want to distribute that. If you want that to go to the bank, if nothing there strikes your fancy. If you want it to go to whatever, Ace Attorney, Hank, or if you want to wait for more goals. Thank you so much, Davinator. Let's do some Hunter x Hunter music, shall we? So I think I saw Shadow say that, I think it was you, Shadow, who said that it's more of an arc, more of a distinct arc in the anime than the manga, and that you only have Heaven's Arena slightly ahead of it. Both of those I understand. I think the anime, in terms of presentation, actually as well, I think makes it seem more distinct. You've never seen me and Davinator in the same room? Neither have I. Neither have I. But anyway, to the point I was making, I think a lot of people say it's the worst just because it's the shortest. Just because it's the same level of quality, at least, as the Hunter exam, I think. Or not at least. It's on par in terms of average quality with the Hunter exam. It's just less of it. It has less ambitious of a goal, I guess, than a lot of the arcs, than every other arc, I suppose. So I guess people don't like it as much. But to me, it is really great, just like the rest of the arc. There's the rest of the series. It is a transition arc, but it also is also an establishing arc. It establishes a lot of things really efficiently with the whole Zoldyck family. This and Heaven's Arena is like what I look towards as an example of a pristine transitioning arc. This transition stuff as well. It's definitely one of the primary functions, but I also think it establishes a lot about the Zoldyck family and a lot of the bonds that have been established through the main four. None of them are bad or even average. None of them are even less than very good. It is absolutely amazing. And particularly in the 2011 anime, again, I rewatched the 2011 anime, I didn't reread the manga. If you have tidbits to share about the manga, please do so. To the Hank video. Okay. Thank you again, Davinator. I'll quickly just make a note of that. That'll definitely fund the Hank video. We get 115 going towards it. Thank you. In the manga, a lot of the process through getting... excuse me. Whoops. In the manga, a lot of the process of getting through is off-screen, and other things like the Kanadi backstory is very lightly touched upon, which is why it feels like a couple transitional arcs rather than a full arc. Okay, yeah. I getcha. Anything is left, put it towards Final Fantasy IX? Sure. I'm just making notes for myself. That is pretty ambitious, Rennigan. Yeah, notably, Raptor's gonna come back down from 03. Hopefully, God Lotus. I'm still holding back a little bit on that, but who knows? They did Leorio dirty in the anime because, yeah. So notably in the 2011 anime, they do underplay Leorio's true strength. He is stronger in the manga than the adaptation sort of gets across. I think we talked about this in the previous streams. But yeah. No, yeah, guys, please don't misinterpret me, or misunderstand me. I think Zoldyck family is plenty ambitious. I just meant, it doesn't have, I guess it doesn't have as wide a variety of functions, I guess you could say. I don't know. You get what I mean. You get what I mean. It has a lower amount of scope. Yeah, it shifts things really well. It shifts things extremely well. God, a lot of these tracks. But yeah, I guess let's get into it. Where is my episode thing? So yeah, the initial premise is obviously we got to save. Also, love this shot of Gon here, reflecting on what Killua told him. Really important for us to, like, as a baseline to establish why they're here in the first place. And then Gon's eyes there. Goodness gracious. They do an amazing job of displaying the character relationships in just a few scenes, what each member of the family thinks of each other. Yeah, the end of episode 24, or 23 maybe? We'll get there. Is so good at displaying the character relationships, the middle as well, through some scenes as well. It was so different from what I initially expected. It still has a big place in my heart for the way it subverted my expectations. Yeah, there are a couple of examples of expectation subversion in this. If I had to sum up its role, it's essentially just pivoting the story in a few manners. The tone, for instance, the subject matter does get darker, I think, on the whole. It establishes, like I said, the Zoldyck family so efficiently. It offers tons of subtext for basically every character in the family. Like, extremely rich subtext. It's kind of crazy what they do with so little. Thank you for gifting a sub to Stock Girl, Sarah. Thank you very much. I guess I add that to Bokuto as well? If I'm wrong, I will correct myself. Just let me know. Perfect. So yeah, establishing all that, and I don't know if you guys noticed this, but the visual direction, in my opinion, takes a bit of a step up in Zoldyck family. It takes a bit of a step up. I have some shots I want to show off, but yeah. I do think it takes a bit of a me in 6th place. And those are all appreciated, Sebastian. Thank you. But yeah, so they make their way... Oh, Gon looking kind of funny there. They make their way over to Kukuro Mountain. I think the way that it's used as a tourist destination here is really interesting. Like, it's the Zoldyck family is common knowledge to all these people. It's like looking at the mountain from a distance is the tour lady is a bit of a draw for all these sorts of people. And what I find interesting is that Gon is, and then there are a couple who obviously aren't tourists. Gon is once again looking in wide-eyed wonder at all of this. It suddenly makes me feel like I have a debt to pay. Even in the midst of this journey, Gon is consistently interested in all things about this world. So I like how this expands the world building just a little bit. It lets you know how different regions interact, how the Zoldicks are viewed in Hunter Society as a whole, or not even Hunter Society, just the world as a whole, the setting. She reminds me of Dragon Ball. It does look like a Toriyama character design, yeah. Mike is my son. So yeah, neat little introduction. Then we get to the testing gate. where the front gate of the Zoldyck estate. Interesting stuff going on right below there. The door to Hades, because no one who's entered has ever returned alive. Lots of hype and urban quote-unquote myths going on around the place, as you'd imagine it should be, given this place's reputation, given how imposing it is. How's it going? Egotic? How are you? As if you wouldn't take pictures in front of the gate? True, I would. I absolutely would. In that exact pose as well. In this exact pose. It's so interesting because it tells a lot about the debate of nurture versus nature, in the sense of how Killua and his family members feel about their identities. I think I know what you're getting at. Could you explain a bit more what you mean, Renegade? Just because I'm curious, because I want to make sure I know what you mean. Everything for Instagram clout. Yes. Leorio thinking about money. Kinda cute. They do, Dave and Nader. Totally agree. Very expressive. And a neat little introduction to the gate guard, who's, again, sorry, minor character names. I have it somewhere. I think it starts with a B. There's Sequant, Zebro. Oh, you're right, Zebro. Sequant, however you pronounce it, is his assistant or whatever, and Zebro. And then we have the introduction to Mike right here. So, flashback to that, the classic Thomas. I hope that becomes part of AJ lore forever. Love that thick outline. Me too, Jerome. I wonder why when Gon and Killua needed to make money, they didn't turn in a picture of Killua. Yeah, that could be... Well, Killua mentions that earlier on in the series. No, does he mention that? I don't know. Don't think I rewatched Hunter x Hunter until I was 10 years old. How old are you? Actually, you don't have to answer that. Interesting. But yeah, Mike doing his job, Mike doing his thing, terrifying Leorio. And it adds an interesting aura, an interesting air of authority and threat and power and mystique around the Zoldyck estate, which then I think gets subverted in kind of interesting ways in a little bit. Oh, since I was 10. Okay, gotcha. Gotcha, legend. Selling a picture of himself would be kind of giving his family leads on where he is. True. Probably cause issue for him later on. And then Gon would probably just, and then with regards to the Gon side of that argument, Gon probably just wouldn't think it's something that's very prudent or tactful to ask of his friend, maybe. I don't know. I don't know the specifics of how much a picture of Killua would be worth on its own. I'm not too sure. She tells him to get on the bus, and Gon goes, "We're staying." Yeah, Leorio did have a picture. Then they... What's going on here? Then they, just have to refresh. Then they talk with Zebro about their goal, whatever they want to get in. He tells them that means they have to get through the gate, which in turn means... True. I don't know what's going on with my Crunchyroll. What is happening? I don't think that Gon likes Killua's family at all, so he probably wants to distance Killua from that as much as possible from that part of his identity, much to Killua's relief. Yeah, very likely. I think that's very likely as well. All my stuff has been lagging today as well. Your stuff on what? Do you mean Crunchyroll, Davinator? I'm not gonna use... I can't... Dragon Lord, I can't use those types of sites while I'm streaming. That's weird. Okay, so let's see if the next one works. Next one doesn't work either right now. Crunchyroll, please. Okay, well, we can just talk about it. I mean, as in, Kilowa's father had his monologue about how he isn't worried about him leaving because he knows that his nature. Oh, yeah. Yeah, I totally agree, Renegade. We'll get into that for sure. Can you use a VPN in Netflix? I can use Netflix. This is true. Let me quickly... I don't need a VPN for it, though. 1 second. 1 second. Perfect. If it'll load. Oh, wow. Netflix divided into seasons. Oh, no. What is going on here? Season 2. He can't... I love the description for Hunter x Hunter on Netflix. He can't wait to be a famous hunter like his long-lost dad. Welcome to your new career, little man. Hope you survive. It divides it by arc. Okay. Netflix isn't even loading. What is happening? Please. Hold on. We'll get this working somehow. What is going on? Don't worry about it, Dragon Lord. I got it. I got it down. This is one of my favorite songs. I've only watched it on Netflix. I thought the series ended at Greed Island. Wow. That is, that's interesting. Thank you for the hydrate, Air Meg. Sorry, guys. I don't know what's... I don't know why I can't play it right now on anything. That is interesting. Okay, well, whatever. I have pictures. I have pictures. Let's just continue. Okay, so this is what I mean immediately about the sort of better approach to visual direction. Like this happens a bit down the line, so we can't get into it yet. But just very striking. Did I see your message earlier? I don't know, Sarah. I'm not sure which message you're referring to. Oh yeah, no, I didn't see that. Just give me a sec while I recalibrate for a second. Yeah, gotcha. I will, getting... no, I don't, Lucky Lazo. I came here to see my... Oh, there we go. There we go. Now it's working again. Okay, so basically, they go to Zebro, and they want him to let them in, blah, blah, blah. I came here to see my friend, not to be tested. Why test your friends? It's weird. Always makes me emotional how obvious it was for Gon that they were friends from the beginning. There never needed to be any requirements, and Kilo was thinking almost the exact opposite throughout the whole series. Yeah, well... that's the thing. Like that's what Leorio was able to easily understand right from the beginning. Like you always were friends. Like how can you not see that? Like I mentioned before, probably very close to immediately after they first met, I would be extremely surprised if Gon didn't consider Killua part of his inner circle. The loading screen of death, yeah, Crunchyroll, goddamn. And later he managed. Well, guys, be careful about later stuff. Please, please be careful about spoiling later stuff. Again, we don't want any material for the later arcs. I can't use Chrome Blaze Rage. I can't. Thank you for the 12 gifted subs, guest. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Thank you so much. Holy crap. I'm guessing that goes towards... please tell me what that goes towards. Bokuto. Sure. Will do. Okay. Okay. We're here. We're here, finally. Okay, so Bokuto, gotcha. Sorry, guys, I don't know what was going on. What was going on with the players. Okay. And we need audio. Cool. Closed captions. Cool. So yeah, the Zebro tells them about this. He leads them to the type of training that they would need to do this. It's pretty simplistic, pretty base. No, it's not, weird course. Very simplistic training, but nonetheless, it gets the point across. It gets the sort of commitment they need to do this across, and their conviction and their resolve. Gon is forbidden from doing this sort of thing, or forbidden by Kurapika and Leorio from trying it because of his injury after breaking his arm from Hanzo. But it's also a 1999 version, not 96. But and then I love this scene here where Gon calls into Godo. He calls Godo. He states what his goal is. Godo tells him essentially, what's what. They can't be meeting with him. But I love the ominous tone around Goto. You don't see his eye. The color palette, notably, very dark, like purplish, reddish, orange. Very ominous, and I really like the contrast between that and anything we've seen so far. So yeah, it establishes, again, what I was trying to get across is it establishes this aura, this ominous aura around the whole Zoldyck property, Zoldyck estate, everything that's going on with Killua's family. It makes it seem like who knows if it's impenetrable, who knows if it has as much threat to it as people, romanticize or how much people exaggerate it. Who knows? But it establishes it as unique and foreign and different. Clearly not welcome, yeah. Gon tries to use fishing rod. Nope, no go. Yeah, and the coin flipping. The coin flipping is interesting. A bit of a precursor to something we get later on. Not even a nibble. And then they're introduced to Mike, which is a bit of a demonstrator of the difference in scale, I guess you could say. I don't know. It's a stepping stone difference in scale, but nonetheless, we see... There we go, there's Mike. We see the sort of... Again, the scope of what they're taking on. And they're not discouraged, I guess, as much as like, holy shit, yeah, this is a lot. But Mike is a very good boy. Like, oh, no. Like, just the look in Gon's eyes here shows you, you know, he understands the scale of what he's doing, but he is not in any way going to ever relent, right? My messages are always too long. Don't worry, Sarah, I'll read them. Once you can divide them up. Does the dog know Nen? I don't think so, unless I missed something. I wonder how Gon would react to Mike later on in the series, if he would be scared of him, or if he would actually be able to pet him. I'm pretty sure he'd be able to pet him. I'm pretty sure. Like, I imagine, for example, we won't talk about events, but election arc maybe, or a bit later on, chronologically, that potential possibility, I think he would have been able to pet him. But that's just basing off a hunch. Yeah, so I don't think I have much else to say. It's essentially, about this first episode, it essentially opens with the world a little bit, some nice little world building details, some nice little things about the setting, about Killua's family, nice bits of direction, nice things they do with the color palette, and establishing this aura around the Zoldyck estate, and the Zoldyck family, and the butlers and everything. Shows them the challenge ahead of them, establishes what they need to do to overcome it. But yeah, I don't think I have much else to say about this episode. Can we shift over to Crunchyroll? What always interested me is what Goto says on the phone about the butler's duty. They're there to guard the family from enemies. Since the members are so strong, you wouldn't think they would need any protection or anything, and I think lots of different things play into that. I think mainly that they don't really concern themselves with anything besides their job. They don't necessarily like killing outside of work. I'm sure they would, but it's not their priority to concern themselves with that. They're busy people. Yeah, because, yeah, like Sarah says there, it's not as if... Yeah, this is not going to work. It's not as if the Zoldyck family are threatened by random people who might want to make their way into the estate. It's just they run a business, right? They run a business... They have multiple different contracts at any different time, some conflicting, some intertwining, some that make them go all over the damn world. They're busy people, they have stuff to do, and they just can't be bothered to deal with that sort of thing. So naturally, they hire people to keep them out. It's not a safety thing as much, or a protection thing as much as a don't bother me sort of thing. Which is nice indirect storytelling with regards to how their business is structured, I think. The butlers are more there to prevent intruders from annoying them, kind of like they have to do the dirty work of keeping them off the estate. Yeah. The Zoldyck, yeah, it's so efficient, Sarah, I totally agree. Richer people are capable of cleaning their houses, but maybe they don't have the time, so they hire cleaning staff. Same deal here, which is kind of raw. Yeah, delegating, exactly. It's like... we're off killing. It's like a Hunter x Hunter subset of that idea that Sebastian's putting out there. They just convenience, efficiency, all that sort of thing. Here we have Sikant, the counterparts to Zebro, and the other notable character introduced here that isn't a butler or a Zoldyck. I like him. He's quite good. But then, yeah, here is where they are introduced to what they're gonna need to do to pass through the testing gate. They have to wear these heavily heavily weighted vests, these heavy ass cups to drink their tea. The door to the bathroom, as Leoria finds out soon, is super heavy. So it's just trial by, or like strengthening by necessity almost. Which, simplistic again, pretty base again, but hey, it works. 500 kilograms. Yeah. Is that it? God damn. Strengthening by necessity is such a sad phrase when you apply it to Killua. Yeah. And what he viewed his necessity to be, as a result of those around him making that his necessity. Lifting the 300 kilogram toilet seat, yeah, kind of rough. But yeah, so that's the challenge. It's put in front of them, and then we get to then we get into sort of my favorite part of this arc, and that is the actual introduction to who these people are. Kikyo, wonderful instance of this sort of unhinged matriarch character. Yet at the same time, nice establishing shot of Kaluto there as well. So yeah, Kikyo, oh my goodness. She's such a great character. Through her, because she smothers Killua with this insane, toxic, overbearing love. Reminds me of Poof a bit. Yeah, I get that for sure. Insane, toxic love. Like, it's unbelievable the sort of things that she says. Her design is strange to me, or strange to you. I think it's intentionally strange. I quite like it. I think it's very distinctive. The eye is obvious. The floofy, poofy dress, the hat. Well, let me get to a better shot. I think it's a very distinctive character design, and I think it shows off that class and elegance. But there's a bit of, like, through the color palette to her, through the eye, obviously, through the voice, the tone in the voice, it's a twist on what one would expect from the aristocratic matriarch sort of character. There's quite a few comments she makes that hint out how awful her treatment is in the family. Yeah, she is very clearly shafted. She's very clearly shafted. She's very clearly not treated as equal. And she's very invested in the family business, in everything to do with it. This is clearly said when Killua says that she cried with joy when he stabbed her. But putting these pieces together, we get into one of the themes of the Zoldyck family, which is this subtext. The more you reflect and think about little lines and little character situations and where their position and what their characterization is, the more you can make inferences and understand the true core, emotional core of all the stuff to do with this family. Because of what Killua did? Yeah, the bandages, yes. The bandages are a result of what Killua did. As far as I remember. The torture scene is so full. Yeah, we'll get to that in a second. Yeah, it's so good. But, like, she's so unhinged, she's so twisted, she's so smothering and overbearing with her love, such that it doesn't even feel like love. But at the same time, it makes you think, like, again, the Zoldyck family, a huge thing to do with the Zoldyck family is nurture. Experience, upbringing, what you've been taught, leading you to acting in certain ways. It's used, like, it's a topic covered through all the children in the Zoldyck family, and through contrast with Killua. So it really makes you wonder, like, what has she gone through? She's clearly not equal. She's clearly mistreated. What exactly? It's kind of a bit disturbing to think about what exactly she must have gone through to latch on to Killua in this way, latch on to her children, but specifically Killua in this way. For her to be so possessive of him, you know? Um, that was just Black Sail's brain rot. Fair, I get that too as well, Thomas. It's not saying in the series, but I'm pretty sure one of the data books confirms that she comes from Meteor City, which adds a lot of implications to her character and why she's so desperate to be an important part of the family. Yes, that is true. Yeah, she is part of Meteor City, data book or whatever that source was. Um, Me too, Shadow. I get that too. About Natsuhi. So and then yeah, that Meteor City background, the Meteor City history would tell you, it really informs you about why, in a compensatory way, in sort of reaction formation, she would latch on to these sorts of things. She would want to be an important part of this family, want to be an asset, maybe, want to strengthen the family's reputation and standing so that she herself, by association, can be strengthened as well, but just to be a part of it. Just, again, latching onto Killua through this twisted love, I think it very clearly shows a psychological compensation. That's what I've always thought. And then Meteor City being a part of her upbringing fits perfectly into that. Perfectly. Because who needs that sort of compensation in one way or another, other than more than people who come from Meteor City? It's so interesting. It's so interesting to think about. It doesn't even feel like love. Definitely reminds me of a few characters most applicable to Zoldyck family members than just to more Zoldyck family members than just her, and then also characters down the line. Yeah. Yeah, it's totally natural. She could have been a member of the troop. So yeah, Kikyo is so interesting. Kikyo is one of the most interesting members of the family to me. And if you look at her through that lens, one of the most, obviously not excusing anything she does some horrible things. But one of the most sympathetic emotional cores if you take that, if you frame her in that way, if you choose to view her in that way. How would I compare her to Mito? I mean, they have the commonality of loving their, well, not literal children in Mito's case, but loving their kid. That aside, and I guess wanting what's best for them, but like that's where the sheer difference and contrast in the way they go about that and how they view what is best for them tells a story of its own, right? Totally different. Like the what they share, and then how they diverge so drastically, and how in the manifestation of how they go about those things, kind of tells a story of its own. And then Kaluto. So Kaluto in this arc, we don't get a ton for Kaluto for them. Right there. Very quiet. I don't think says a word. But what I think we can get from the subtext here is something that's very similar to what I'll talk about with Miluki in a second. Oh, he does have some lines. Okay, my bad, I forgot them. But what I get from Kaluto in this arc is some instance of neglect a little bit. I've always felt that from Kaluto. I don't want to get into future stuff, but we do get a really good moment later on when we see Gon, Kurapika, and Leorio. Yeah, there's like almost a, I think I'm going to hold back on Kaluto in a second. Kaluto for now. But yeah, I'll talk about Kaluto when we get to that scene that Shadow mentioned. Random thing I love about a favorite story. I wanted to do a cop-out and say the Zoldyck family, Johnny Smith, but I will not do that. Random thing I love? God, it could be anything. Hulkenberg, how about? I also like how Killua's parents are basically the hot and cold personality types that find common ground somehow. True. Silva, very cold. Kikyo, super hot, and not in the way you're thinking. But yeah, and then we get to this moment, and there's this. This is just yeah, this shot right here. Oh, that's an interesting emote. Takeha. How's it going? It can be both. This is true, but this shot, extremely sad. Extremely sad. Obvious reasons. We've gotten into that a lot. Isaiah, how are you? And then the way that Miluki goes about all of this. So Miluki, I guess I think now I can talk about Miluki. Look at this guy. Look at this smile. So Miluki is just like Kaluto, a really interesting. Cool, Isaiah. A really interesting example again of neglect, because with Miluki we have someone who's very lazy. Minor spoilers. I do want to say this though, or actually I won't be specific, but clearly doesn't leave the house often. Clearly just does his own thing, plays games, does whatever he wants. Is not given much importance in the grand scheme of the family. We can see he's neglected because he watches anime. True. He acts out. No worries, Blaze Rage. I knew that was coming. He has the life that I want. Yeah. So he acts out in aggression towards Killua. He is very lazy, very indolent. He gets jobs that he can do within the comfort of his own room, of his own home, but isn't given super important things to do like Illumi would have, like Zeno, Silva, Killua in certain ways. And this turns into someone who's very spoiled, very kind of like generally very rotten, very resentful of all sorts of things, and doesn't go out and do things, doesn't, take an active role in striving towards something outside of his comforts. And I think a lot of that is, again, due to this sort of neglect. He was never stimulated to do that. He was never stimulated to want to do anything more than that, because importance just was never placed on him, it seems like. He has jobs, but he can do them. The jobs he does are very ones that basically anyone could, or ones that he can do without having to go outside of his comfort zone. Illumi, Miluki, and Kaluto are all coping in different ways with the fact that they only exist to make Killua look better and support him in leading the family, that they're just extras. Yeah, it's different manifestations of that sort of neglect, with Killua being the main chosen person, the chosen heir. I think it's really interesting with Miluki. I think the specific way that his character is approached with regards to that is really cool. And again, kind of sad, because it's very easy to see how he wouldn't have turned out this way if he had not been neglected in this way, if it wasn't shown so clearly to him that he is not as important as Killua, that he wasn't secondary, but he is. And so he just thinks to himself, what is even the point? I can only assume. What is even the point? I can just lay back, be lazy, do what I want, and I don't have to do any more. I've wondered that as well, Sarah. I don't know. But I love here how Killua maintains the upper hand while being tortured. By Illumi. And then when he's told by Kikyo, Gon and his friends are coming, she goes, yeah, I'm not sure they'll make it though. Truly fitting of Miluki's suffering, yeah. Yeah, I don't think they're gonna make it. And then the look in his eyes here, no question, he will definitely make it here. Talking of Gon. Yeah, it's, the belief in him is, even this early on, so palpable, so powerful. Because what does it mean that Killua is the chosen heir exactly? As a sibling, I'd ask what happened to my dad's siblings. Yeah, that's true. That's true. I'd be surprised if he wasn't curious about that. People like to make the observation that, Silva seems to be the chosen one of his generation, Zeno of his generation, Killua of his generation. They all have white hair. That might have something to do with it. That's just the obvious observation to make. The gleam, yeah, Gon lights up his eyes there. It's the first time we see his eyes this clearly in this scene. They're shadowed over, if I'm remembering correctly. Yeah, they're shadowed over the entire time. But the first time we see them, the first time we see the light of hope there, is when he's thinking of Gon persevering to make it towards him. In the manga, it's mentioned in this arc there are 5 Zoldyck children, meaning Aloka's existence was known at this part. Yeah. Okay, yeah. So they say that in the manga. That's cool. I didn't remember that. I wonder why they weren't even mentioned. Well, we can't get into that right now, but knowing the context of that character, that family situation, I think it makes sense that they weren't mentioned. They do say it in the anime. And they also have the outline, the silhouettes of all the Zoldycks. Sorry, slipped my mind. The silhouettes, just like Sarah just said there. So yeah, 5 children. That's established very, very explicitly. Okay, and then not much to say about this little mini training arc, except that these are the best boys. They... I also love the contrast between how they sleep. Leorio and Kurapika just tosses his shit all over the place. Kurapika very organized. Love the tiny differences in characterization there. Yeah, I love that he still hasn't lost hope even after all the episode 20 stuff. It shows his mental strength that he himself doesn't even realize. Yeah, I think you mentioned that when we were talking about episode 20, Shadow, that he had not completely lost all hope. He hadn't completely broken down when he did what he did in episode 20. But it wasn't something that completely broke him down. It was a stumble in the road, more than anything else. So mini training arc, and we have Gon. Love this here with Gon. Where is that? Damn. Anyways, Gon is doing his training. There we go. Gon is doing his training alone by himself. And through this montage, if I remember correctly, we see him using his arm and then kind of hiding it again, which is a precursor to him being an enhancer, which is cool. His quick healing. And then we also get it when he actually does the testing gate. So again, nice, interesting bit of precursor to that. Again, the contrast. Just look at the contrast in the color palette. We have at the nighttime very dark blues, some greens, some grays, kind of washed out color palette to the very rich, deeply colorful hues of the Zoldyck family. Like all the scenes with the butlers, with Goto here, this purplish, pinkish, reddish tinge to when Killua is being tortured there. It's just the contrast stylistically is really good. Is really good in presentation. And shows the different energy. Enhancer, what's that? I also like that when Kurapika when Kurapika told Gon him and Leorio were going to do it on his own, Gon agreed and seemed to step back, but then went to train in secret because he doesn't want to feel left out or useless. Yes, it all ties in with that goal of his to want to continue to make progress towards that goal of reaching Jing. To do that, the means to that is strength. one of the primary means to that is continuing to grow in strength and power to get there. He doesn't want to feel inadequate, or useless, right? So he needs to be doing something. There's an anime original moment earlier on in this episode where Gon shows guilt over not being there when Killua was at his lowest, that he could have stopped him if he was. And I don't think I need to say how that ties into later stuff. Yes. Yeah. That he not being there for someone, that he could have stopped him. Yeah, that's very, very important. Does it say he was able to open all the doors in the show? It might. I don't remember. I don't remember the specific amount that each one could do. Killua could open 4 doors. I'm gonna have to take your word for it. 3 gates? Yeah, I don't know. 16 tons. Holy shit. So yeah, and then they make the push, and then Gon joins in. I used to not like this change in the anime with regards to the gate opening, but now I think it makes a lot of sense and kind of makes for a better story, even if it's a bit cheesy in comparison. Open all doors. They just said Killua opened 3 when he came back. Yeah, I don't remember how many. If you guys seem to say it's 3, I trust you guys. Yeah, I agree, Shadow. Yeah, and then they do it together, and they make their way through. And then I love, so they overlook the mountain, and then we get to this scene. Love this shot. Again, this arc, I noticed in this rewatch in particular, some of the shots, some of the things they do with color direction, storyboarding, framing, compositions, it just makes it, I think it's a tiny bit of a step above in terms of consistent visual direction. Umineko, yes. It reminded me immediately of Umineko. Then the Hunter exam. Killua opened 3 when he came back. Okay, cool. Just the blues here, the blues and greens here, as Kikyo's talking about, reminds you of Legend of the Galactic Hero. Interesting. Genji talking with Natsuhi. The color palette. So the color palette, I noticed 3 distinct ones. Well, I guess we have this pretty relatively standard one here. Okay, so that maybe 4. Then we have this pinkish purplish stuff in the dungeons or whatever this is. Then the washed out overall nature here. Pretty consistent across. Yeah, probably 4. Can't believe Sequon snitched to Goto, and Goto then told Kikyo what was going on and them opening the gate. How could you? Yeah. Yeah, so that's the game of telephone that goes on here. With Kikyo learning what happens. And then, I don't know, it's just so interestingly framed. I think it's really effective. And then, again, this possessiveness. This arc does a lot of great things for Kikyo. We already talked about it, but showing that possessiveness, we can't let him go near him. This will curtail his development into the premier assassin we need him to be. This OST is Bramble Blast from Brawl, Super Smash Bros. Brawl Spirit Noodle. And yeah, really good. Bramble Blast, yeah. And then we get to this scene. My goodness. This is one of my favorite scenes in the show. So I always dislike when it gets turned into a meme. Or that it got turned into a meme. Maybe I'm a boomer, but I don't like that at all. Love how Kikyo's toxic love and possessiveness rubs off on Goto, who has almost that same love for Killua, and Illumi as well, right? Through Kikyo's characterization, I think you can see a lot of where Illumi comes from through what he does. Obviously distinct, but you can see some commonalities there. Yeah, this scene is so good. Let me see if I can find the song. YouTube microtoots. So yeah, so here we have Gon's perseverance. It speaks for itself. We've known this about Gon, as if we would expect any different for him. This music gets me choked up every time I see it in sequence, in integration with the subject matter here. It's so good. It was a funny meme, though. If you say so. This scene never fails to make me emotional. The music swelling as it cuts to their face, painted by the sunset, is too good. Yeah, I've never got the memes. I never got them. Whatever. I had to change my thumbnail for the Leorio video because of them. Yeah, Gon walking into a beating over and over. Who would have thought? Who would have thought? But it's so good. Like, okay, let me start this again. So, like, the way the music starts here, and then we have Kaluto looking in and observing this connection that Killua seems to have with these people. This togetherness and connection between all of them, like between these three, and then what they would do for Killua. So Kaluto just looking on, observing very interestingly. So let me just quickly say about Kaluto here. You do have to infer a lot about the subtext with regards to Kaluto, but I think something that I've always thought is that, again, different versions of neglect, different types of neglect, like Shadow was talking about earlier. I think that Kaluto views these sorts of connections with curiosity and maybe an innate or a deep-lying desire for it, a desire for connection, a curiosity, and maybe a desire for that connection, and thus, I think Kaluto goes about obtaining that connection in different ways. There's a theory that Kaluto graded Zoldyck family member after Killua. Interesting. That I've seen around that Kaluto dresses as a girl would because of the idea that Kikyo wanted a daughter and never got one. And so maybe doing that would help Kaluto in turn obtain some of that love because of that neglect. I've seen that around. Very sad if that ends up being the intent. There's another even more painful theory. Can you sum it up? Is it possible to sum it up in a message, Shadow? If so, I'd love to hear it. Yes. Yes. Exactly, Sarah. Exactly. Unbelievable. Yep. Exactly. Like Sarah and Sebastian are saying exactly the other layer to why that is a horrific, tragic element to this family. Oh yeah, I think I've talked about that in videos as well, Shadow. Yeah, okay, I gotcha. Mods, little bit of a Greed Island spoiler. Again, we don't want to talk too much about Greed Island because I know there are Ari, just so you know, we don't want to talk too much about future material. We'll talk about that stuff when we get to it, but there are people in this stream who are watching it directly for the first time along with where we go with regards to the episode, so please don't allude to explicit things that happen later. Yeah, no worries. So yeah, there's this Kaluto angle, really interesting, and then, yeah, Gon's perseverance here, and then how it flashes back to Killua coming back and saying, Kanari, welcoming him back and saying, "Welcome back, Master Killua." And him just telling her, "I made a friend. I made one, a friend." You don't see his face. There's no real intonation in his voice. Just very detached and like, "I made one. I'm not I don't seem to be able to connect with that friend. It was short-lived, it was ephemeral, but for this period of time, I had something beautiful. Temporary, bittersweet, ephemeral, but something I've longed for my entire life, and it was beautiful. And I think the lack of intonation there is the sadness that it seems to be. It seems to be temporary, or everything he's learned has taught him to expect it to be temporary. And if you contrast that with the hope in his eyes when he sees that Gon is coming, it's a bit uplifting. It's a bit uplifting. How that ties into Kanade who wanted so deeply to get closer to him and perhaps even be friends. Yes, the next episode covers that. But yeah, so she wanted to be his friend. She wanted to be that for him, but because of the boundaries that were put up, because their relationship had to be a professional one, the boundaries put up by Kikyo. Once again, Kikyo just ruining friggin' everything. Kanade was never able to do that. She was never able to be to Killua what Killua wanted her to be to him, and what she wanted to be for him, because of that, which is again very sad, super sad. And so contextualizing this scene with that and the looking in her eyes, this shot, him with his skateboard just walking away. Yep, she's from Meteor City as well. True. She knows that is exactly what Killua needs. Yes, exactly, and that's why she can't adhere to her job, adhere to her duty, and why she continuously pushes him back while wanting him to come back. And then she goes, this is it. This is the moment. God damn, I'm getting a bit choked up. I love this scene so much. I love this scene so much. You can't see either of their faces. This is another fight that Gon will only lose if he gives up like Hanzo. Exactly. And we know he's never going to do it. He's never going to lose. Why won't you give up? You know it's pointless. Please stop him. You're his friends. Why? And then... oh, man. And notably, the music swells right here to the biggest part, the loudest part of the scene here. Like right... let me see if I can skip to it. Right here. So... right when it drops here is when it cuts to Leorio. Right there is when it cuts to Leorio. It's beautiful direction how that works. It's beautiful direction. And these looks from them. There's just such an understanding, such a bond. There are no words needed for them to understand who Gon is, that he's never going to stop, that this needs to happen for Killua's safety, for his sake. There's nothing that needs to be said. Absolutely nothing. This is a double S episode for me, for this scene. And then Gon. What's the big deal? I just came here to see my friend. I'm just here to see Killua. The only reason I'm here is to see Killua. Whew. Good God, man. Beautiful scene. One of my favorites so far, for sure, without a doubt. I just want to see Killua. Why do I have to go through all of this? When I rewatched this 2 days ago, that line immediately made me think of Jing and how that sentiment of Gon's is also applicable to him. Yeah. Why do I have to go through all of this? It really makes you sympathize with Gon, with his journey, with everything he gets put through by Jing, by the people who stop him from seeing Killua. He has these goals, and he's consistently pushed back for reasons that just don't make sense. Well, I guess from his perspective in a lot of ways, but with Killua specifically, for us as the viewer at this point in time, with Jing specifically, this boy goes through so much, and he crossed the line. Kanade doesn't want to stop him. The direction here tells you someone's probably looking on here, and then hands up. How many of you guys thought that she had died? At this, because it very much seems like it. But this is shot very effectively. I totally thought she died. She did. Yeah. Jerome, she's okay right after this. She's just injured. Yeah. I totally thought she died at first. That was my initial inclination. Okay, I thought you're kidding. Okay. But yeah, it is interesting that she didn't kill her, but like Shadow says there, it would have been pretty dumb. Like, butlers that are skilled enough to do what Kanade does, what Goto does, are in short supply. Ones that can be secretive enough, that can be, keep their mouth shut, who can do exactly what they're asked, who can keep those boundaries, not be overbearing, not cross those boundaries, to do all the requirements that a Zoldyck butler needs to do. You can't just stumble upon these people. So killing her would have been pretty dumb. It would have been a bad business move, which is interesting because it makes you understand that Kikyo can, despite this being a very emotional situation for her, have the family business in mind, which is something else that she has that emotional connection towards, the whole family business, the whole Zoldyck family, and her role in it, and it thriving. So it's interesting. It's an interesting little move here. But yeah, and then she tells them, Killua would like you guys to know that he cannot come out. He can't come. So you might as well turn around and go home, which they do not do. Great episode 23. I think this arc does an amazing job of giving all the members of the family so many layers that go beyond mindless killers. With what Ilumi said to Killua during the exam, I had slightly different expectations of the family and their characters. Yeah, efficiency, right? It's efficiency, subtext. You can theorize in your head, and there's so much basis for a lot of those theories. She's a pro butler, which isn't to denote that she also has the skill to recognize the humanity in each family member. Yeah, but she has to hold herself back from a lot of that. And then, yeah, so we have Killua here reflecting on his childhood, on Ilumi, on what Ilumi would... he would give him all these jobs to do. He would do the jobs, whatever, the way he would be treated. This is just a sad sight. Do they get butlers from Meteor City? I don't know if they directly go there and get them, but the origin of at least 2 butlers, if not more, is from Meteor City. He looks about 5. Yeah, he looks super young. And then just this, his isolation, right? His loneliness. And then here we have this lovely little scene with a beautiful soul in Kanade just wanting to reach out to him, wanting to say hello, wanting to be his friend, but not being able to because of the boundaries put up by Kikyo, like we were talking about before. We essentially talked about this, but now he can eat apples on trees with so many people. Ilumi drip. Before Hisoka influenced him. Yeah. And then we get a glimpse at the capabilities that these Zoldyck butlers need to have, even from this very young age. We see Sikant's origin right there. We see his origin there. He came from this gang of thieves, or whatever they were, bandits, that she drove off. And Oh, let me just quickly show. I'm pretty sure this was shown in the last episode and I skipped over it. So just the visual direction here. Amazing. Really good. This violent purple, but bit of a red complexion to it. The crows in the background, putting the little hints of the battle that had just taken place, or the slaughter, I guess. Hey man, didn't know you had a Twitch. Just wanted to pop in and say you're one of my favorite video essayists. Your Steins Gate videos were fantastic. Thank you, the Dutchman. Hopefully there are streams that pique your interest in the future, but if not, no worries, and thank you for watching, and thank you for letting me know. Really appreciate it. And then, yeah, we have these. We had this. We had that. Love the shot composition of this. The loneliness and depth, that's something I guess I skipped over. There's this scene as well. Okay, listen, we can't get into that just yet. When I first watched, I was also surprised that they let Seekant work and live there. I don't know why my expectations for this family were so low, and why I thought it would be a lot more ruthless and straightforward. But to be fair, I didn't know much about Togashi yet, and that he is the absolute GOAT when it comes to writing. Yeah, it's not that... It's interesting, because that is a natural assumption to make. Bonk. I just saw that Jasko. Killua was born drippy as well. He was. It's a natural assumption to make, but... You know, they are pragmatic. Again, this is a business. If the opportunity rears itself to get someone who is willing to do that, I mean, why not? They are not as straightforward as we were, some of us may have assumed through hearsay from Killua about his family, or Ilumi about the family. But yeah, here we see Kanadi's potential. We see her, we see Killua looking on. Oh, she's not bad. Kind of kicking ass. We see Zebro here. Foundations for the dynamics for the guards. Oh no, this Run with the Wind music. Oh no. God, he's so cute. And yeah, that shot I was alluding to. Killua's loneliness hits different when you realize what must have happened right before that in the timeline. Yes, absolutely. Right before this, I assume you mean. Yeah, I mean, he just talked with Ilumi about what he had done previously. If that's what you're referring to, Shadow. When Killua talked about them in episode 7, I was ready to hate them with my whole chest, but they turned out to be too interesting to hate. Sorry, buddy. And then, yeah, just reflecting on... It's interesting that this is something he directly reflects on while he's chained here. That yearning. That connection he wanted but wasn't able to get. And then, yeah, Kikyo, what we were talking about before, her just stopping it. Oh, something from Election. Okay. Oh, okay, gotcha, Shadow, gotcha. I thought you were talking about the fact that he had just come back from a job. Yes. Okay. Yeah. For anyone who's read the entire story or experienced the entire story, what Shadow's talking about really hits. Something that happened right before this in the timeline, which would add to his loneliness in this moment. His seeking out of that connection. Look at his face. Good God. I gotta change this. But yeah, and then we have... I love this shot. Killua always has the power dynamic over him. In most situations, in the vast majority of situations, even if Miluki doesn't know it. Just the wide-eyed look in his eyes is really great. Thank you for the follow, The Dutchman. Thank you for the follow. And then we have here him breaking out, and this look... If you so much as touch them, I'll kill you. He flicks the switch here. Yeah, this is just a continuation of what we got from Kikyo. Does Killua actually like any of the family members presented in this arc? I think that Killua, I don't know if, I think like might be too strong a word maybe, but I do think he doesn't view, I don't think he views Silva in nearly as negative a light as he does his mother, or Miluki to a slightly lesser extent, or Illumi probably. And I think he's on even better terms with Zeno, like Blaze Rage says there, probably. There's genuine trust in his relationship with his father, and Zeno, because of the leash he seems to give him in comparison to a lot of the other family members, because Zeno doesn't overtly restrict him in the way that, for example, Kikyo or Illumi do, I think he looks at him with more positive feelings than he does most of the rest of the family. The fact that he can threaten this so confidently despite Miluki's upper hand really makes him so tragically useless. Yeah, like in this interaction, he has the upper hand, but like, what is that even? One on Killua's side, or sorry, on Miluki's side, like, it really shows the patheticness. That's not a word, but you get what I mean. Zeno gives me the vibes that he realizes how screwed up his family is, but he can't change it, so he at least tries to treat his grandkids as kindly as possible. Yeah, I think Silva and Zeno are homies. Yeah. Silva has a bit of a mean streak to him, which we'll get into in a second. Zeno doesn't really have many ulterior motives, in this, at least not in this arc. So we can read between the lines and see that Killua seems to trust those two a bit more. But with regards to Zeno specifically, it seems to be business, strictly business, understanding the weird, bizarre nature, the twisted nature of his family, like Shadow said there, but just knowing that this is how things are, and might as well use what I've got, what influence I've got, to just be humane. What Sarah says here. Killua also asking Kanadi if she wants to be his friend right after she used the rhythm echo, which Killua thought she didn't know, and he accused her of thinking she's stronger than him. He's not at all the prideful and cocky boy we initially thought he was. The one who wants to be and prove himself to be physically stronger than anyone else. There's a lot more to his character, a much softer core. He still has his moments, but he's such a good boy who only wanted friends. Yeah, so... yeah, he admires Silva. Yep. So that's the thing with Killua. When you understand the core in episode 20 of everything behind his actions, it really puts into perspective those what would seem from a shallow level to be prideful habits of his, inferiority complex fueled habits of his, but we know the extra layer to them, which makes them much more emotional than they would be otherwise. Interesting to see how Killua was forced to learn how to cope with being physically abused by his family members based on that interaction with Miluki. He had to learn how to cover up any pain he was feeling and appear strong in front of his family. Yeah. Yeah, that is an interesting precursor to how he would have acted, like, to something that was probably a prevalent factor throughout his upbringing. There are politics to the family and how the individual butlers and family members favor each other. I don't think it's possible for Killua to get positively about anyone in that web. Do you mean think positively? In this arc, Killua learns to leave, so maybe he learns to value the ability to step outside of the politics. Feel positively. I think that, yeah, it still hurts him, but he's learned to bear it. Absolutely. I don't know if positive. I think on the balance of things, the net results would probably not be positive. But I think there are positive inclinations, positive feelings towards Silva, that may be balanced out by resentment at him being the cause of his lot in life, that overall lead to a maybe a neutral stance overall, but nonetheless much more positive than it is towards Kikyo. Anyway. And then we have Zeno here giving a bit of preferential treatment to Killua, also mentioning that that he's special. There's something special to him. And we have the rage of the curse of the ordinary here. Who would have known? Mr. Toru Oikawa and Miluki had something in common. That's tongue-in-cheek, by the way. Yeah, like he says here. He says here in this exchange about Killua's potential, why he gets this preferential treatment. Oh yeah, and here's one of the lines. Who are all of you guys, tell me, which in combination, gone very determinedly, whatever, tells Kikyo to tell Killua, what is the specifics? Hold on. We'll be staying in town for a little while. Right. Let Killua know. Okay, right. And then he says, tell him that. And then Kaluto, you combine this line with his observations from before. Who are all of you, tell me? Meritocracy kind of vibe? Yeah, for sure. We're all friends with Killua. You're his friends. Very sad, subtextually. Very sad. And then snapped out of it right away. Come along this instant. Miluki, you're a smart kid, but sometimes you're just too dumb. There's far more jealousy and envy implied with it. Yeah, it's a curious look. It's a curious look. The animation is key here. His friends, because it narrows the eyes, frowns a bit. Oh, okay, I see what you mean. Yeah, so I think that the way that the brow gets furrowed is important, but yeah, it isn't a huge change. I'll have to trust you on that. I don't have the volume. It's a curious moment. And then we have this, totally different. After the scene with with them helping up Kanari, we have this scene totally also. Look at those visuals. Have you ever really stopped to look at the the skulls and bones on the top of the roofs? Sure, Shadow. I'll share it on stream as well. So interesting scenery, interesting architecture here. Mike. And then the tone, the overall tone, totally distinct from everything else. Very intentionally totally distinct. These bright dark blues. Actually, that's a bit of an oxymoron, but you know what I mean. These vibrant dark blues. The contrast between the whites and the blues. Great interior design. Oh, I love the track too. Actually, I want to replay it. And then this is a super important scene here. I've actually used this in my videos. I wish I could show the beginning of my Killua video, because I use this quote and it resonates so much throughout the entire series. I hear you've made some friends. Oh, whoops. There's a glow while still being dark. Yeah, I totally get that. Oh, and then before we continue, I got Shadow shared the... Ah, okay, cool. So this is the original expression in the manga. yeah, a lot more, a lot more expressive. Like, I see Kaluto feeling disturbed there. Yeah, like you said, envy, jealousy, some desperation. Very expressive. And then, yeah, this scene. Here comes a scene that made everybody a Silva simp and proves how they would all be manipulated and gaslighted by him as well. Yes. Yeah. Kaluto, very pretty. I get that as well, Keisid. Junji Ito, definitely an overlap in the gothic approach. Silva was nothing like I expected in this scene. It was a nice little subversion. Also, was that Mike? He looks quite small beside the bed compared to outside in front of Gon. Maybe the height mostly due to his legs. Yeah. Also due to Killua's stature, or sorry, Silva's stature, maybe. Yeah, it gives, like Rennigan says there, totally different atmosphere to Silva, totally different energy to his character. This coldness, you get this immense coldness from, there's no violent purple, there's no deep scarlet tinged pinkish purple, whatever, from the rest of the mansion. We just get cold blues, stark contrast, cold blues and whites, to really illustrate how cold this guy really is. Because there's a big contrast between what he says here, always care for your friends, never betray them, which would seem curious if you look at the color palette, but then we get, after this, the reasoning behind the color palette, the context behind it. It's really great direction, because he is cold to his core, Silva. I got gaslit by him as well. Many similarities between Killua, Zeno, and Silva. Overall, they seem capable of compassion and understanding, which must make Killua much more tolerant of Den than other members of the family. Yes. Yeah, by his perception. Yeah. Totally. Greyhound-like? Yeah. Silva is the good cop to Kikyo's bad cop in terms of their parental performance. If all of Killua's frustration and rebelliousness are focused on Kikyo, then he would be much more willing to listen to what Silva has to say, and if he were to fail to keep his end of the compromise, his guilt and shame would bring him back home on their own. Yeah, that's a great point, Shadow. It's like the way that that balance, and the way that Kikyo has become a focal point for all of Killua's resentment and rage and frustration, rebelliousness, like you say there, is very beneficial with regards to Silva's goals of him being the heir to the family, because it puts him in a much more favorable light. It makes him much more, makes Killua much more receptive to what Silva's going to say through the contrast of what Kikyo does. It's really smart. It's really smart on Silva's end. Very manipulative. And again, that's something that point by Shadow there is something that you don't really understand right away, I don't think, until you rewatch, until you really think about these sorts of things. But it's there. It's absolutely there. And it all plays into the dynamics, the goals of the family, everything. Hey, Holy Potato, how are you? Very, very well put by Shadow. Showing a scaled-down Mike next to Silva is a great way of illustrating his power and authority. Absolutely. Absolutely a fellow nerd. But yeah, so this line, I heard you found some friends. And what are they like? What sort of people are they? And then there's a tiny pause, and they're a lot of fun to be with. This Netflix translation's a bit different. I like the Crunchyroll translation a bit better, where he says, they're people I enjoy being with, I think. Oh no! What did I do? Oh no, hold on. Crap, sorry. There we go. Good. I got it back. But that's a key line. They're people I enjoy being with. The fact that Silva fully understands Killua's emotions and is able to be entirely callous towards him and coldly attempt to manipulate them makes him so terrifying. Yeah, he's completely unmoved, and he plays into them and is able to use that element of Killua to manipulate, to gaslight, to, play him into what he believes fate has in store, regardless of how he acts now, and set him up for what he believes will be an ultimate betrayal that Killua will betray his friends. Because, as he says after this, he will come back. He's my son. He's a Zoldyck. That's his lot in life. When Silva talks to Kikyo, reveals that Silva and Ilumi have a very similar mindset. He believes Killua will come back to lead the family, that he will either have had enough of the simpler life after a while, or that he would succumb to his instincts and betray or even kill his friends and realize where he belongs. Yeah, he totally believes he's fated to do that. Totally believes it. Which is what makes this cruel. This scene is totally cruel. Killua shares with him. He opens himself up to sharing his experiences with him, starts viewing Silva more favorably, or it opens him up. Killua feels more comfortable to share these things with him. Unlike Ilumi, who doesn't seem to be able to comprehend what Killua feels in the first place, yes, Silva's much more emotionally perceptive. But again, through what we know about the Zoldyck family dynamics, it makes total sense that Ilumi would be unable to do that while Silva would be able to. Because what can Ilumi even base that empathy off of, or emotional understanding off of? He probably hasn't had much of an opportunity to learn that stuff himself. I remember watching this for the first time thinking he was plotting to do something dirty to his friends, but no, he just let Killua do his thing. He was, though. Like he said, he was plotting to do something dirty to his... Oh, in terms of, I guess, telling Killua what to do, right? Yeah, it's... Because he does say afterwards he will come back, but it's more passive than I guess one would expect, right? I enjoy Zeno more than Silva, to be honest. I think they're both really cool. I think for the Zoldyck family arc specifically, there's more interesting stuff for Kikyo and Silva than Zeno. But there's lots of interesting stuff for Zeno as well. Togashi might be pretty good at this writing thing. The scene, yeah, man, so good. So he shares things here. You and I have never really had a father-son chat before, which keys you into the nature of their relationship, but also what Silva's doing here. And look at those completely innocent, receptive eyes there. They do lots of great work with the storyboarding here. Framing Silva as, like, from first glance, in what would seem to be an understanding way, but with the context of what he says afterwards, him hiding his face being hidden here, him towering over Killua there, him putting his hand on his head. It comes off as much more callous. You are indeed my son, and still a person all on your own. Silva's a hell of an actor. Silva's eyes gave me chills, yeah. This is a great song for this scene. Do you want to see your friends? And then, yeah, so he lets them go. And then this is the clincher. Promise me one thing. Their blood oath here, that you will never betray them. Knowing himself, in his opinion, thinking there is no doubt in his mind that he will in some way betray them, leading him back to him. This guy. What a fantastic character. And you get all this just from this arc. What a fantastic character introduction. What a fantastic introduction to the Zoldyck family arc, the Zoldyck family dynamics, to Silva. There's so much there for Kikyo. There's so much you can get about Ilumi, despite only seeing him in a quick flashback. Miliki, the children. It's so good, man. It's so... God, Zoldyck family is so great. Paralleling the episode 1 scene with Mito and the thumbs, yes, and the scene of Killua just talking and sharing things that happened during the Hunter exam with him reminds me of a later scene in episode 148. If you know, you know. The twisted parallels with this and different scenes in the arc. Ugh, God. Sorry. You don't think this blood thing is a Nen trick? That's never really occurred to me. But, I mean... It never really occurred to me. No, I can't say it did. But, I mean, it's a very plausible thing to think in this moment. Silva's certainty of Killua's return is very telling of the importance Zoldicks are putting in their family unit, as if betrayal is a given outside of it, or so it is futile to stay away, or to seek elsewhere. Very collectivist, yeah. While Silva is, in this dialogue, is still playing into Killua's individualist rebellion phase. Silva has that very twisted and dark and unfortunately intelligent way of understanding and understanding multiple perspectives and being able to play into that in his manipulations. Even if he doesn't agree with them, he's able to pretend or maybe even see the value in them to then turn it around and make it for his own, like you say, twisted collectivist mindset. So Silva's open-mindedness and ability to see these multiple perspectives plays into his character in such a great way, into his manipulation in such a great way. Ever since Silva said that, I've been on the edge of my seat, scared that maybe it will all come true and he'll betray them, and Killua shares my anxieties. Do you think that Silva might have been an empathetic person like Killua in the past? Maybe. I think there is a decent amount of thought food for that. I think that's very possible. Where is this song from? C5. How's it going, C5? It's Dead Angle from Umineko. I think it's very possible. Like, there's that brings up some thoughts that perhaps the reason he's able to do this is because he was empathetic. But then, because of his upbringing or what have you, what may have happened to him, he's instead turned that on its head and now uses it for these sorts of means. The lip service that he gives to Killua also... Yeah, Illumi was on a job, yeah. Davinator, yeah. So Shadow answered that already. Important tactic of his ability as an assassin, as he's probably done this to many people that he's come across. Yeah. Anyway, yeah. Don't betray your friends. They do it. And then Killua leaves, and this song isn't very appropriate. And flicks his switch a little bit. Did you say we're going to talk about a third or half of the Heaven's Arena arc? I don't know. I can't stay super long. So it depends how much we get through, Sarah. I said a third or half, I believe. But yeah, the contrast between this and Silva. I think even though right after we find out that Silva was only manipulating him, I love that Togashi's introduction to the character is this speech. It doesn't take away from the message he expresses, but rather adds a layer. Yeah, it doesn't take away from the message, but it shows that he doesn't buy into that message. Or was using that message for nefarious means. Yeah, we have talked about it for really long. We'll get into 1 or 2 episodes at the very least of Heaven's Arena. But, like, I don't mind talking about Heaven's Arena, Zoldyck family for this long, because it has so much substance. And then, yeah, this is the line... Dad said it's my turn to play with friends. This is the line we were talking about earlier. Where he says... And then this is also an indication of some of the treatment that Kikyo might have gotten throughout her years. Not a great way to speak to your wife. Not in my opinion. Once again, I love how there was no need for Gon and Ko to fight their way through this conflict. It would have been too silly. Yeah, for sure. It's the most natural thing for these characters. And it could have gone that direction, but it wouldn't have given us the character substance that it had instead, or the really interesting subtextual storytelling. Misogynistic patriarch Silva, yeah, true, exactly, Thomas. And then this. Gotta get the line here. He will come back one day, and this expression. Yeah, exactly, GX. It wouldn't have had the same impact. I like the other character who did it a lot more than than Silva, though. Yeah. And then, yeah, he will come back. He's my son after all. Playing into that sort of fatalistic, or his idea that whatever fate may come, he will do this. He will come back. That episode 24 and 25 are so good. They're so great. The title for episode 25, Can't See If You're Blind. Yup. And then so they make their way over. Kikyo's sobbing that Kilo has been let out. Goto just being there, doing it, doing what he needs to be done. There is a bit of a notion that there is a bit of a routine to this. Who said Goto and Kikyo were having an affair? Get me to say anything in my YouTube voice. Oh dear. Let me blow my nose really quickly so I can do it clear. All right. The Silva assassin grindset never stops. The Sigma Silva is always killing, never resting. Let me try that again. The Sigma Silva is always killing, never resting. Better watch out for the book he drops. He knows the game. There you go. Lirio complaining about having to walk for so long like he did in episode 2, consistency. Yeah. But yeah, the Kikyo grief because of this being a critical developmental time for him, he should not be leaving, etc. Very much focused on her idea of what is good for the Zoldyck family here. But then after he said that, I was just like, oh, that's his flaw? Yeah. Yeah, totally, running in. And then they make their way here. And then we have the soft side of Kanari. I was merely serving as a guide for Master Kilo's friends. And Gon sees that right away. His telling smile after this. Or both of theirs. Or no, just Gon's. Just Gon's. Does it look different on Netflix? The quality's a bit lower than on Crunchyroll, but aside from that, I don't know. Oh, damn, Thousand Arrows. Okay, I gotta watch the first episode of Spice and Wolf. Will do. By the way, I've watched everything that people have told me to watch. I've caught up with all that. Just in case anyone's wondering about that. And then, yeah, so Kilo says, so Kilo makes his way here. Goto lets him in. And then the butlers are here to receive our heroes. And this episode's really good for Goto. Oh, they put a patch on Gon. When people redeem that, do you watch more episodes after if you enjoy them? Hypothetically, yes. But I have too much stuff to do, so I can't do it right now. But basically, I do like a ranking in my mind of which ones I enjoyed the most and which ones I'm more likely to continue after watching. No, you can't add anything to the plan to watch list. You can't... So, Thomas, you can't add anything to the plan to watch list. You can only get me to watch something from my plan to watch list. Interesting. Shinobu Oshino is one of my favorite characters of all time, Maeda Kanobra. Yeah, but I'm talking about that specific reward, Sebastian. In case he was confusing them. Yeah, I know. So, guys, just to clear out, I just didn't want people to spend 15,000 or whatever it was, thinking that I would I would add something to the plan to watch. That's a separate reward. So yeah, they play this game here. It shows Goto's low-key possessiveness, low-key little bits of sadism, but in the end, like, it's interesting because it reveals bits of his character. It reveals bits of his, one would say maybe the more unsavory traits of his character. But then by the end of it, it's all reverted. And he just goes, forgive my little joke, forgive my little jest, whatever. Yes, it's only anime, Thomas. I hope so, 2,000 arrows, thank you. What should you add, Shadow? I struggle to think of what you would add for it, potentially. Oh, no, I can't listen to this, I can't cry right now. But yeah, so he says, whatever, this was a jest, whatever, my apologies, my little game, whatever. But you still get the impression that there was some raw, genuine nature to some of the things he was doing here. I never got the impression that rendered all of it as just a game. I do think that there's a bit of possessiveness here. I do think that there's a bit of low-key sadism here to Goto, but that's just how I've always thought of it. The Umineko anime, oh no. Does Netflix use the TV version or is this Blu-ray? I have no idea, Blaze Rage, sorry. I hope it's the Blu-ray, but I don't know. I could look at some random character models from episode 5 and be able to tell, but I don't want to go back. We do not speak of the anime adaptations of Ryukishi works. We do not. And then I love here in the midst of this game, well, Killua just chilling. Killua just vibing. I do wonder how Goto would have reacted if Gon lost the game. But, so he does this. He does this thing. We get some nice smears. And then what I love here is that they play their game, and then Gon, in the midst of it, says, you know what? In order to see better, let me just cut open my damn bruise. Don't worry, I'm not going to use this. And he says to Leorio, don't worry, I'm not going to use this for anything weird or anything left field or out there or extreme. And then cuts his eye. But hey, it works. The little consistency with Killua's favorite snacks on the table, yeah, cute. I love that. Yeah, all the robots he's probably accumulated with his Heaven's Arena winnings, yeah. You mistook them for cigarette boxes. That is funny. Killua's big time chilling. Big time. But yeah, I don't have much to say about the game itself, apart from what I've said already. Goto is taking advantage of his position as the head butler and as the mistress's favorite. Yeah, he does use that. He does use that position a little bit. But the boys are reunited. They're finally reunited. And look at the smile. He knows he can't raise a finger to Killua, but he's playing the politics of the family, absolutely. Yeah. Yeah. If that was a joke, you sure fooled me. Me too, Leorio. Me too. And then this, I really like this shot. I really like this shot with Kanari kind of watching over, bowing, you know, dutiful as always, but with the context of her character, it adds a little bit of depth to this visual interaction. Hey, Dragon Knight. No worries about being late. No worries. Goto might have not wanted to take Killua from him, but he still didn't cheat. Says a lot about him. He could have made it a lot easier for him to stay away from Killua forever, but he doesn't want to overstep and respects what Killua wants. Yeah, it's an interesting balance. Because he does want what's good for him, but he is imbued with those aspects. But yeah, in the end, he does want him to be happy. He does want what's best for Master Killua, as he says. And so he steps aside. Not like he can do much else, given the power dynamics, but still. It's very bittersweet that he doesn't say anything to her, but it makes sense considering she rejected his offer to be more than just butler and master. Yeah, and I think she understands that. I think she very much understands that. Because that look here is a bit sad. It's a bit sad, it's a bit lonely, but I don't think it's regretful. And that's key, because that's the path she chose. That is the path she was kind of forced onto. But that's what it means to be a Zoldyck family butler. And, she's willing to take that on. I am doing well, Dragonite. Hope you're doing well as well. So yeah. Oh, and then this little interaction, cute. It is our duty to serve our employers and not to become emotionally attached to them. Gon doesn't buy that for a second. How, you want to apply for the Zoldyck family butler position, Sarah? Rather you than me. I mean, if it gets me close to Killua, to hang out with Killua, that's one positive, but... Yeah, exactly, Alley Cat. A deception. And then this, I really like this shot. One last zoom in on Kanari. Great establishment for her. To get Kaluto out of there? Fair. This arc does a lot for Kanari. I really like it. And then, so yeah, they do the tricks, the sleight of hand for Goto. Kurapika, being the smart guy he is. I love Goto's little warning to Gon at the end there about deceptions. Please be careful. Look after Mr. Killua. The world is teeming with tricks and tricksters. Yes, yeah. So don't let yourself be fooled by those sorts of deceptions. Stay focused. Keep your idea of truth, you know. It's very foreboding. It's very ominous. Great frame here. A return to the motif from the early Hunter exam? Yeah. Yep. Yes, C5. Yeah. To say the least. To say the least. It's super fun. I love their dynamic. Lots of moving, bouncing elements throughout the whole thing there. Okay, and then yeah, we catch up Killua on everything that happened, on their goals, and then we have Kurapika talk about what Hisoka told him. About nice little look here, nice little illustration here, about York New City, about the Phantom Troop. I almost said the Phantom Thieves. Love Machi silhouette there, by the way. I had to, you know, Crollo, of course, naturally. Hisoka, of course. But, had to draw some attention to my girl there. And then I really like this shot. This one right here. Meet me in York New City on September 1st. For info about your goal, to get yourself closer to that goal, for the auction where everything will happen, everyone will gather there. So something I love about Hunter x Hunter, which is what I've said before, but let me just reiterate things. Yes, putting in the groundwork for York New. Togashi so often throughout the series plants seeds for not just the next arc, but future arcs further down the line. So we have here the implementation of what's going to happen in the arc where we cover York New. But that isn't the immediately next arc. The next arc, we know, is Heaven's Arena, but it nonetheless provides gives you something that's happening one step ahead, then 2 steps ahead, for just continuity and natural flow to the series with regards to character motivations. It's so great. Yeah, it's so cool. It's a great way to plot, and it shows foresight, at least in general terms. Yeah, Hisoka. Yep. And then Leorio leaves. Boy's got to study. This leaves these two alone. This leaves some great faces. And then Killua does his power scaling. The real author. I got here at the end. You got here at the end of Zoldyck family, JT, but we'll do a little bit of Heaven's Arena too. This is one of the saddest episodes because they all split up. Yeah. Yeah, let's see if I have any shots here. September 1st in York News City. Oh, okay, Thomas. All right, Thomas. I got 3 One Piece chapters. And that's the last I got for Zoldyck family. But yeah, so then Killua drawing the line. The first Killua cat face. Oh, no vocals, no vocals. Oh, and then the first Killua, real Killua blush. You really are awesome, huh? But yeah, I love the scaling here. Shows the huge difference between Gon and Hisoka, in terms of power. Really great. Very fun. I adore it. I love Killua so much. Any channel points bet for the Zoldyck family arc character rankings? No, I'm gonna do that after Zoldyck family and Heaven's Arena guest. Are you going to do a review for each arc? What do you mean by a review, Diego? I also like that at this point he does not know about Nen, and yet even without that, Hisoka is far above him. Yeah, for sure. From 0 Hisoka being naked scenes in the first arc to 2 scenes of Hisoka being naked during this arc. Gotta make up for it somehow. They are small. Oh, One Piece. Are you going to do a review for each arc? I'm not going to do one for each arc unless each arc is, like, big enough for that. But I'll do it at necessary stopping points for One Piece. Like, after Chapter 21, which is basically all redeemed now. I will do a review, for sure. And that'll go in the main channel. But yeah, and then so they get their goal. There's a place where we can make some money. Heaven's Arena. And that's it. That's all for the Zoldyck family arc. Apparently Spirit Noodle. That's what I've been told. Maybe not the end of the first arc, but the end of the arc I'm on. But yeah, that was Zoldyck family. And we talked about it for almost 3 hours. Well, not really. It was more like 2 hours after the tier list. But that is longer than I thought it would be, and I'm a fan of it. I'm totally okay with that. Certainly not very accurate considering Hanzo was anywhere near, Hisoka in his estimation. Yeah, I doubt that Hanzo was quite that close to Hisoka, but Killua would learn to power scale better as we get further along. In some arcs, you might want to do 2 or 3 reviews for the arc. The current arc has been 138 chapters. Depends on how burnt out I get. If I get burnt out of doing those sorts of reviews, maybe I will do one for the whole arc. That's funny. Ace Cracker, I cannot answer you. I'm on chapter 18, so I'm very early on. Yeah, now that I've learned Nen, I can tell. Yeah. Killua improves at gauging strength later on. Rating for Zoldyck family? 9. Same as Hunter Exam. 9. What would you guys rate Zoldyck family? Like, it's a lighter 9, I guess? It would be a light 9, but it's still a 9 for me. Hunter Exam, solid 9. Zoldyck family arc, light 9, but a 9 nonetheless. 9.99, fair. 8.5, strong 8, light 9, yeah. 8.5, yeah, same-ish. Yeah. I used to have it lower than that, but it's just so good. The visual direction really struck me for the 2011 anime. This time around. Nice. Cool. Glad you guys like it a lot, despite it being least favorite for a lot of people. Glad you guys enjoy it a lot as well. And, okay. So we'll get into a couple of episodes of Heaven's Arena, and not gonna lie, the people redeeming One Piece chapters made me want to read One Piece this stream, but I don't know if I'll have time for it. Might just do that Sunday instead. I don't know. Okay, so we'll do a start of Heaven's Arena. So Heaven's Arena, I guess to sum things up, yeah, oh yeah, we're skipping episode 26 because that's a recap. But to sum Heaven's Arena up, particularly in the 2011 anime, but overall, the 2011 anime adds some new things in here, some bits and splices that I think they shift around in a way that is more conducive to a great flow and transition, which is why the 2011 version of Heaven's Arena is, I think, a stunning arc mechanically. It does things so well mechanically. It introduces Nen. It transitions the tone. It transitions lots of characters and shuffles them around and puts them in situations that are very necessary for what has to happen down the line. Does it in a very natural way. Has lots of great little moments. Like when I think of Heaven's Arena, I think of like the scene of Killua. I think I have it. Let me just show the scene of Killua that I'm thinking, or Kurapika I'm thinking of. Where is it? Like there are lots of, and Heaven's Arena, in my opinion, is directed really well. It is directed super well. There are lots of great shots. We have this Hisoka shot, which is iconic to me. We have this great postcard memory. We have this one. I love this shot. Then this one. I think about this shot so often. The way that the rain disguises whether what Kurapika's feeling here may be a teardrop, or if it's just the rain. Nonetheless, it could be both, depending regards to his emotional context, the emotional context here. I finished rewatching it today and watched most of this arc today, and with every watch it goes by quicker and feels smoother. I don't even know how. This is just mechanical functional storytelling at its best. I love Heaven's Arena. Do you prefer the art style of the 2011 anime or the later art style of the manga? I don't have a preference, Dragonite. I think they both achieve their respective aims. I couldn't really say I have a preference. Me too, C5. And let's just see if there's anything more that I could quickly draw attention to in terms of shots. By the way, best boys. The best boys. Just look at this shot. There's best. Machi's introduction. You guys know how I feel about Machi. Some really, I love the presentation of this episode 32, I believe it was. Nonetheless, we'll get there. The presentation of the whole fight, it's really great. Some nice shots here and there. It just does a lot of great little things in transitioning and in terms of flow, and lays a lot of groundwork in a way that's necessary for the future for the series. Lays a lot of foundations, but it also makes it a very entertaining arc that flows really well. We know how you feel about her a little too well. Are you sure? Okay. Fair enough. They're so cute. In episode 25, Killua mentions how the stronger someone is, the better they are at hiding their strength, which reminds me, yeah, that's good. That's a good point, Sarah. Oh, I can't play. Oh, damn, this song. Ping Pong, the animation songs always get copyright blocked. I'm gonna have to deal with that later. We're just going through the beginning of Heaven's Arena, Osa. And yeah, it develops. It also develops Gon and Killua's relationship really well. Lots of nice little touches. So yeah, they reach the towering Heaven's Arena. And it also does lots of interesting things for world building as well. They enter the towering Heaven's Arena. We learn that Killua had come here when he was how old? 6? 5? Very young. Much younger than I thought would be possible for 6? Okay. Unbelievably young. And made his way up to the 200 floor at age 6. Insanity. And then we get a nice glimpse at where Gon is in terms of his power. 2 years to reach the 200th floor, yeah. Which is, to say the least, he is overpowering just random people. Random people who think they're hot shit. He is just like, oh, okay, bye. And gets a bit of an infamous reputation through his early bouts. The Gon push. And then we have the Killua chop. And then here, love this little scene here. Killua, Gon pushes that guy, and then the referee says, okay, you can go straight to floor 50. Killua does the same, and he goes, okay, you can go to floor 200. You've been here before? You can go to floor 200. But Killua doesn't want to do that. He wants to join in with Gon and partake in Gon's journey and do things with him. Yeah, Gon's reaction is great. Which is a common theme with things that Killua will do, sticking with Gon. That hype was intentional. Killua is very smart with regards to that, yeah. Yeah, I did. Yeah, you're right. I didn't mention that. Killua did tell him to do that. Envy from Killua. Is that right? Let's see. Let's see. Oops. When did I get so strong? Directly to floor 50? I don't really see it much here. Oh, there's a bit later. Oh, okay, it's later. Gotcha. Gotcha. Point me to it when you see it. If you guys remember when it happens exactly, please let me know, because I'd love to see that scene. Because I can't remember that. And then we're introduced to the boy, Zushi, and the other boy, a bit petty. He's no longer insecure about it. Is just a bit petty. Okay. Yeah, and obviously that underlying nature of his is not going to just completely go away right away, even if he's made these breakthroughs. He's not insecure, but that pettiness, it makes sense that it's still there. It's very human. I don't know anything about Phineas and Ferb Thomas. Sorry. So yeah, Zushi, don't have much to say about Zushi as a character, but he's very likable. He has some cute moments. I think he's a nice way of showing just how special Gon and Killua are in terms of potential, which is really interesting, because I remember I, like many people, got into this series because of Super Eye Patch Wolf's video on it, why you should watch Hunter x Hunter. In that video, he states that one of the selling points of this series is that, or one of something really interesting about the series, something like that, is that Gon is not he is not this extremely special chosen one type of character. He isn't a huge, immense talent. He's just a kid. And so when I was watching this, I went, no, like, I don't think that's right. Like, it's pretty clear. Like, Wing says outright in this arc, he's like a 1 in 100,000 talent or something like that, or 1 in a million, 10 million, something like that, something crazy. So that's not necessarily true. And Zushi is a way of illustrating that because I think Zushi's like a 1 in 100. Okay, yeah. Zushi is like a 1 in 100,000 talent. Gon and Killua are 1 in 10 million talents. 1 in 10 million. So Gon is very much still special. And I think that Zushi is a great way of illustrating that through being someone who is, as the show would say, someone with that sort of talent, but just still nowhere near as special as these two. Dwarfed by others, exactly. So I think he has a nice role through expressing that. Yeah, it's very casual about it. Like, they are clearly, Gon and Killua are special, but it is very casual about it. And Zushi fulfills that role. So yeah, I disagree with Super Eye Patch Wolf there. I think the series makes it very clear that they are special. But who knows? That video was like 7 years ago. Maybe he disagrees with himself now. Okay, thanks. Thank you, Sarah. One of my favorite aspects of Hunter x Hunter is how much it emulates the real world. I can't wait to talk about it once we get to the end of Heaven's Arena. True, yeah, that'll be next stream. But yeah, Zushi's good. Zushi's a good boy. I don't know this song name. It's in Japanese, sorry. I don't think he even likes that video since it was one of his first. I can relate to that. Sorry, I don't know this song because in my playlist it's in Japanese. I couldn't tell you. Yeah. This is an emotional one. He made an updated Hunter x Hunter video, which is way better. Cool. Nice. Okay, and then Wing. I guess, should we talk about Wing now? Wing's very interesting. Because a lot of this is kind of stuff that's illustrating what we've already seen, but yeah, let's talk about Wing. I disagree, Dragon Knight. I don't think he meant that. I think he meant what I said. But I mean, who knows? I haven't seen that video in years. What was I saying? Oh yeah, Wing. So Wing. Love the character design. Love, again, he's a tiny bit of a subversion because you kind of expect him to be this kindly old master based on his character design. This kindly old master that's, very benevolent, very laid back and patient, and which he is some of those things, but he also has a side to him that's a little twisted, He trembles with excitement, or his aura goes a bit out of control at the prospect of the potential of Gon and Killua. We see him later on. George Ushidomiya. Hey, Wolfman. Glad you were able to make it towards the end. I mean, in terms of aesthetic design, I get that, Shadow. I thought Wing would straight up be an antagonist who hid his motives, but when we met him, or that he'd have something to do with the Phantom Troop. Yeah, interesting. I'm sure thoughts like that went across my mind as well. Coco, my queen. She's great. I love her. Unironically, she's a big part of the atmosphere of this arc. Towards the end, yeah, we're just gonna go through some of the beginning episodes of Heaven's Arena. But yeah, so I love that sort of slightly twisted side to him, that slightly unhinged side of him. We learn later that he's an enhancer, which plays into that really well. And he also hits his students. Like, he hits Gon. He punishes him by slapping him across the face when he's too reckless to jump ahead. So there are some nice bits of things you wouldn't expect from him. At least not from the beginning. So yeah. We have not talked about Elevator Girl. What did I miss from Ella Dan? Oh, Hunter x Hunter is about life is my elevator pitch. Uh, Plays into the statement later in the series about Hunter having to be a little bit crazy. Yes, absolutely. Absolutely. Okay. And then yeah, through this. Sorry. Sarah said something about this battle between Gon and, or sorry, Killua and Zushi. So let me see. Zushi versus Killua in this episode made me mad for the first time. The first time I watched it, because especially early on, I just wanted Killua to crush everyone, but it also annoyed me and annoyed Killua so much because it's the first time so far in the series we see him struggling against an opponent. Yes, and it's not that he's struggling because he gets overpowered by him. It's because of this resilience he has. And he has this aura that makes him withdraw in fear. Like, this is very clearly something that is reminiscent of the aura he feels around Illumi. So naturally, that association makes him withdraw in fear. That's his initial reaction to it. But Wing gets very upset at Zushi for doing this. Do not show your Nen at this point. Yeah, we'll get into that later on as well, trolling demons, but I get that for sure. It also the only time he can't beat someone easily during Heaven's Arena. He pummels the other guy. Yeah. Reminds me of Tyrogue. That's interesting. That's actually cool, Sebastian. I get that. I get that a lot. In terms of, obviously martial arts, but also his kind of role as an underling. That's cool. Ren specifically, because he didn't have it mastered and he could have hurt himself and Killua. Yes. Thank you for that, Shadow. Yeah, the dangers of it, of doing it, of being headstrong and using it without having mastered it. So JT, mods, can someone get rid of JT's message there? Sorry, JT. That's a bit too much of something that happens later on. We don't want to allude to future plot developments because there are people watching along with this. Sorry about that. Thanks, Thomas. Yeah, no worries. I think we'll save talking about Nen as a concept for the next stream. Because we really get into it in the next stream's episodes, but that's really interesting. Nen is 12 out of 10 as a power system, as a concept, what it does for characterization, what it does for storytelling. Oh man, it's so great. But yeah, like Killua says, it reminds him of Illumi. And then we see him prostrating himself, saying sorry, etc. All that we talked about already. They get their room. Oh yeah, the best power system easily, no doubt in my mind. Well, from what I've seen, to be honest, I haven't seen much, so I can't. That's not a huge statement coming from me, but yeah, definitely. They get their rooms. Good. Yeah, they just discuss the hierarchical placements of Heaven's Arena, how things work. They keep progressing. They get their payments. Nen is so clear. I assume it's clear of the other shonen systems, the shonen power systems as well. I can only assume, but who knows? Sorry, by I haven't seen much. I meant I haven't gotten into the power systems of Naruto or Bleach, for instance, or Dragon Ball. Yeah, you want my top 10 power systems list? It's like Nen all the way, and then like Alchemy. Cursed Energy. I like Cursed Energy in Jujutsu Kaisen as well. Yeah. Cool, C5. Cool. Magic from Umineko? I've never conceptualized that as a power system. but if it is one, then sure, yeah, right up there. Sorry, greatest Black Clover stan. Nen is so engaging. One Piece. What about One Piece Blue Dragonfly? Nen is so engaging to me because it seems that it's not solely combat based and has a variety of uses. Yeah, it's so great. We'll get into that next stream. But yeah, ultimately, Gon and Killua kind of blackmail Wing a bit here. They're a bit pragmatic and sneaky here by saying, we're just gonna get into Nen by ourselves if you don't teach us. So you might as well teach us properly so we don't hurt ourselves. Yeah, mine too. Mine too, Shadow. Not Nen, not Nen, not Nen, and then Nen. Stans, yeah, I mean, I'm not a JoJo's fan, so stans are cool, but they don't really stick in my brain as something very memorable or something, or they're memorable, but something that I really connect with a lot, just because of my relationship with the series. But yeah, stans are cool, and very influential. They influenced Hunter x Hunter in certain ways, I'm sure. Quirks, if you count that, quirks are good. Devil fruits. Yeah, I've only just been scratching the surface of One Piece. Yeah, so I think quirks are great. I don't know if they work as a system rather than as a collection of powers that are integrated through their societal themes and what they mean for the villains, the heroes, and society as a whole. But regardless, I think quirks are really good. I think they're really good. Bending in The Last Airbender, yep, very cool. I'm really enjoying your analysis. Cool, glad you're enjoying them. Glad you're enjoying them, Blue Dragonfly. I think it's because opening that possibility, Ostmustus asks why Wing is so hesitant to teach Gon when he is a teacher. I think opening up that possibility with someone is a double-edged sword. So I think he understands the volatility of that, and just also he has one student. He might have his hands full, or maybe not. Maybe that's probably not a factor. But like, there is a volatility to teaching someone Nen. It is a double-edged sword in a lot of ways, and I think he understands that and is a bit hesitant as a result. Like, he can clearly see these kids are headstrong, so how will they respond to it? He doesn't know Gon and Killua, so I think there's just general reluctance because of that. Yeah, true, JT. But yeah, and then it ends here, and then Wing, what does he say? What does he say exactly? Let's adjourn to my room, and he agrees. Killua is clever here. Okay, and that's the end of the first episode of Heaven's Arena. I got Chimera and Brain Rot, forgive me. And we get the introduction to maybe visually one of the best endings for sure visually. The song's great too. These little snippets are great, and I love the dark tone. Killua looking here, Illumi, constant factor in his life even when he's not present. The blink here as well. The blink, I love that. Love the touch of the blink. I don't know why. If we all have Chimera and Brain Rot, it's okay. Yeah. Anyway, I love the Illumi blink there. Then we have this one. Kurapika the spider. And then Leorio, the last one. Study hard, buddy. I think all three are really great. Gon's in particular, like, I didn't mention much about Gon's, but the way he's reaching out for Jing, that again, that that's just very gone. That wide-eyed wonder, that curiosity, that abandon. Don't pretend like you don't know the words. I did sing Hyori Itai in one of my videos. People seem to like that. Okay, episode 28. Leorio has no demons to face because he's too powerful. None at all, except actually I can't say that. It's a spoiler. University exams, a terror on par with a murderous bandit group and an abusive family. Absolutely. The red carpet spread, yeah, that's cool as well. Okay, and then he agrees. Oh, okay, we're getting into the actual lessons. This, straight up, guys, like, you guys know me. I'm not great with rules. I forgot what I forgot the name of Zetsu earlier on in these stream discussions, so that should tell you all you need to know about me, and when it comes to that sort of thing. I'm not great with rules. This isn't going to be me teaching you like Wing teaches them, the 4 principles and the nature of it. What I will say is that it's very, it is exposited as exposition, but it's natural because of the context of this. He is their teacher. He's telling them what they need to know. They're being trained. It makes sense to me. It doesn't feel like a huge, clunky dump. We're talking about Heaven's Arena Melee Market. It feels that way sometimes. Yeah, Sebastian. I've been to university. Good luck to anyone who's doing finals at the moment. It is final season, yeah? It's early spring, or getting into mid-spring. Focus too much on winning a fight and you will reduce your own potential. I don't know if you didn't go over that line, but it's one of my favorites from Wing for reasons I can't talk about right now. Yeah, I didn't mention that line. Focus on the end results. Focus too much on winning and victory, and not the steps towards getting there, and you will reduce your own potential. Almost like you should focus on the little tiny detours on the way to that end goal, right? I wrote down notes when I watched the explanation. Again, even though I know it all by heart now. I wish I knew it all by heart. I'm just bad with rules. That sucks, C5. Feels so forced to me when people complain about exposition in scenes like this, as if exposition is just bad by itself without needing to take the context into account. Yeah, the context makes it totally understandable. Totally understandable. And what I love about Nen and the way Nen is presented is that, hey, Critty. How's it going, Critty? Hope you're well. Hope your exams and school are going well. We're just talking about that. What I love about this is that it is a lot at first. It is a lot at first, undoubtedly. But even still, even though it is a lot at first, it's still done piecemeal. Like, the first one did go well. Nice. Glad to hear it. The 4 major principles, the foundations are established, but we learn more as we go along. We learn about restriction and pledge sort of things with Kurapika in this arc alone. We learn about how Nen, the different ways in which Nen can be taught, Nen teachers, throughout society, throughout the setting after the Hunter exam. We learn the way that different principles are used. Won't get into them, but in later arcs. So, the bulk of it is done here, but we learn the implementation of it through Hisoka versus Castro a few episodes later, down the line. We learn restriction and pledge stuff down the line later on after that. Again, won't get into the specifics of that, but we do learn it. And then many more things about strengthening Nen, about the different principles, the different categories. We learned that about in the Hisoka Gon fight. We learn more about those sorts of things in a later arc. Like, what I'm trying to say is, there is a big drop here, but it's not everything. And it's done in such a way that you're able to adapt and understand more and more of Nen without it being too overwhelming, because it comes along naturally. As parts in the story require it to come along, require you to know certain things, it comes along and you add it to your knowledge of Nen. I think it's implemented really well, really naturally. So yeah. So I think exposition's done extremely well. That's a good way of putting that, antagonist. When your build is picked, you stick to it. Okay. So yeah. So they learn water divination as well. We learn water divination later on. And then we're introduced to the concept of, you can learn it gradually, naturally, open up your micropiles to the Nen over time. That could take tons of time, months and months. Or I can awaken it in you. Oh, sorry, that's not this scene. But nonetheless, I'll talk about it. Or I can forcibly awaken it within you by opening your micropiles forcibly. That is not only a precursor to something that happens in a much later arc, which is very cool, but it shows that it just shows nice little alternate dimensions to how you can awaken yourself to it, and it shows the hot-headedness or impatience of people like Gon and Killua, while also showing that they're special enough to be able to handle that, which is cool. Okay. I see that we're on Heaven's Arena now. I just want to say some moments in Zoldyck arc give me chills, like when Killua's mother says, "No matter, those boys won't ever get past the testing gates," and Killua cuts her off by saying, "He'll do it, Gon will open it." Yes, Critty, we were talking about that moment. That's the first moment in the in the Zoldyck family arc where we see his eyes. And it's the first time in like 4 episodes or 3 episodes, whatever it is, where we see those eyes with a light of hope when he says, "Gon will make it. He will come here." He will come here, and it's beautiful. Also, Critty, I don't know, how do you feel about the scene where Gon is just constantly going towards Kanati, and she keeps beating him back, and then we have the moments where Kurapika and Leorio just have those faces that have since become memes, Leorio especially. What do you think about that moment? For me personally, it's total peak. It always makes me tear up. But you weren't there during the discussion, so I don't know your take on it. Awakening Nen, you can use the keys to start it up or hotwire it. Yeah. So they're given a full... Wow, the duality of Wing here. We're given a full sort of lesson and explanation through demonstration from Wing. Oh, and I forgot to look at 1930 to look at Killua's inferiority complex sort of thing, pettiness. Nice, Critty. Yeah, that scene's used to criticize the 2011 anime. That's crazy. When like the music direction there is perfect, the visuals are beautiful. Damn, that's crazy that that's criticized. You, on the other hand, you were only 6. Okay, I got... That's the moment then, JT, that you were talking about and that Sarah was talking about. Okay, cool. That face, it's so good. The cut's amazing. And Critty, and also the music direction, because the moment the music swells... where is it? Where is it? I need to find the song now. So the moment that the music swells, right there, the moment that happens, it cuts to Leorio's face. It's such beautiful direction. I can't get enough of it. Yeah, it's so good. Anyway, sorry. I already talked about that a lot, guys. Sorry for repeating. Yeah, and Killua flies back. Yes, Killua flies back in response to Wing showing his aura, his malicious aura. That's, again, very sad in a lot of ways, but also a really great summation of Killua's response to that sort of thing. Again, his ingrained fear and indoctrination in certain ways. He has to jump back. The Killua moment I mentioned does the same thing when Killua interrupts his mother. His eyes are covered, but he has that cocky smile on him when he says he'll do it. The cocky smile. It's actually pretty blank. It's pretty blank, actually. Not blank, it's just like I look at it more as a quiet confidence. Like it's just like this. Unless it turns into it, and I just missed it. Oh, the shot before that. Okay, gotcha. How's it going, NS Arcana? Oh, that's before he reveals his eyes. Okay, yeah, I remember what you mean, Critty. But yeah, not much to say. We already talked about Wing and Zushi. And then Killua eventually. Zushi must be invincible. He eventually does it, but is again shocked at his resilience. And then yeah, and I love this. Again, Wing's character deals a lot with the volatility and double-edged nature of Nen. Like, it can be this great boon, this great weapon, but it can also be extremely dangerous. Extremely dangerous. And that's what he shows when he turns a piece of paper, completely strengthens it into like this devastating ninja star weapon. We're slightly past it, but when they see Hisoka in the hallway, we passed it. We haven't passed it yet. That's in a few minutes in the episode. But yeah, I always for some reason adored the analogy of standing naked in a blizzard for them later. Oh wait, did I pass it? I don't even know. I thought that maybe I'm just missing. Because I think right here is when they first see it. It's before they release an N. Yeah, so I think they teach. So Wing, what happens in the sequence is Wing teaches them about Nen, doesn't awaken it. Then they come up here, and then he awakens it after. But yeah, anyway, that doesn't matter. So what Sarah's saying is, I always for some reason adore the analogy of standing naked in a blizzard and them later saying 10 feels like they're wearing weightless clothes. That's very cool. That's a great metaphor analogy. It's also nice to see Killua so determined and eager to learn something and see more emotions from him. Yeah, the sequence confused things a little bit for me as well, Sarah. But yeah, I totally agree. I love the analogy of standing naked in a blizzard. In this essay, I will. I think it's interesting how these aspects of Killua we see in reaction to Wing's Nen is technically foreshadowing for years later, yet it doesn't feel like a case where it's like Togashi foreshadowing Peak, but rather just a natural and intuitive way the characters are developed. Yeah, it's just that these natural elements of these characters just consistently play a role, and it's like there's such a great amount of thought put into them that it's established from the beginning. So that if it can act doubly as foreshadowing for certain things, but it's just he has such a well-rounded idea of who these characters are from the very beginning that it's just how they're written in a lot of ways. Yeah, I love that too. The characters were always like, this is just who they are. Yeah, exactly. Gon fights this Star Trek looking motherfucker. Killua as well. They become infamous. We get the Gon push, the Killua chop. I like this, how Killua's just eyes downcast, looking down, Gon looking up, smiling. And then they make their way up to the 200s. And they come up to this feeling, this aura, this malevolent aura that they can't pass through. It's always cool when a power system ties into who someone is and how the person develops. Yeah, now they meet Hisoka right here. They first think it's this lady. The Hisoka reveal is so great. It's so great. Again, that violent purple associated with... they associate violent purples with... I instantly think of Ilumi. I instantly think of Hisoka with violent purples. It, again, rearing itself here shows you... that's a hint to it being Hisoka, but it's also a hint to Nen in general. Yeah, Hisoka's stalking them and their meeting not being a coincidence. Why is he like that? She does look exhausted. Why is he like this? Yeah, I talked about how the Zoldyck family arc, I think, is a step up in direction, visual direction. Heaven's Arena is directed beautifully as well. Particularly in a lot of the, I think 32 is one that I love, 35, 36, but just throughout. The way you at first just see is towering back, and then the camera pans up with reactions of the characters, and you just know what's coming. Yeah. The first example of how well Hisoka fits the narrative and plays a certain role in each arc. Yeah, so you might have fooled yourself into thinking that Hisoka will have the same role that he had in the Hunter exam in every arc. But in this arc, he kind of is a bit of a guidance through threat or through being a hurdle to them. Like, because of his own, of course, because of his own inclinations and because of his own motivations, which is very integrative and very natural. But nonetheless, he has a bit of a different role here. Very much being something to aspire to or something to clear, or giving them a boundary to clear, which will only help them in the long run and only help him in the long run. It is a great time to be talking about Hunter x Hunter, considering it's his birthday. I put in the title. The receptionist fake out. I can't relate to that antagonist, but I like the receptionist fake out as well. And then this. The card. And then that. What is this dude's problem, man? Gon and Killua also both react to Hisoka initially with certain expectations from their last experience with him, but Hisoka always marches to the beat of his own drum. Yeah, in a lot of ways, their perception of who he is and what his role is synonymous with what we as an audience initially feel, which gets a bit subverted here. Why are you here? Oh man, I love Hisoka. The receptionist fake out is pretty funny, but it also kind of set the mood for how different Floor 200 is. Like, you almost think that it would make sense for the receptionist to be dangerous too. Yeah, I bought into it first time. First time that played, I definitely thought that was a possibility. Happy birthday, Togashi, indeed. Hope the king is resting his back. Hope the king is healthy and thriving. So yeah, he planned all this out. He wanted to be here. He wanted to be this obstacle. And then this. Good God. Yeah, that's very Hisoka, isn't it, Shadow? I keep forgetting about the Hunter x Hunter streams. Yeah, well, we're getting towards the end of this, Andres, but glad you could stop in towards the end. I was gushing about how Heaven's Arena is mechanical perfection. Heaven's Arena as an arc is just, it does everything it needs to do functionally, transitions tone, introduces Nen, transitions characters and situates them in spots that they need to be for the arcs later on. It explains Nen, incorporates Nen, everything about Nen, or not everything, but a great deal about Nen, and does it while just making it flow so seamlessly and being such a great, entertaining, fun, hype package all in and of itself. It does so many great things mechanically, and yet it's just so entertaining that it almost makes you forget about all that it does. But yeah, I love this scene as well. I won't let you pass. Not until you... It's not like you could, yeah. So they have to get some weightless clothes. Because that was Hisoka, yeah. Yep, they aren't that crazy. Not quite antagonist. Just like Ilmi, yeah. I think that's pretty intentional, that the hand thing. Very much these hands, these outreaching hands being boundaries for Killua consistently, but both of them in particular. just a visual thing they do. When Hisoka does a slight flick with his hand, and then it causes a gust of wind to hit them, and that gentle hand motion that's basically like, please stop for a second. But because of the aura he exudes, it's like an impenetrable barrier. They know what would happen if they tried to approach that. Yeah. The little touches. Heaven's Arena, we'll talk more about it when we get into episodes 31, 32, 35, 36. But Heaven's Arena does so much with the presentation of Hisoka. Also, Daisuke Namikawa, he is Hisoka. He is Hisoka. Like, he just is. No other voice is Hisoka, in my opinion. But visually, they do lots of things which I'll point out with the elasticity of Hisoka. As his body seems almost as elastic as his bungee gum, and a lot of times, showing his flexibility with regards to his role in the story, shown through presentation, but also just like his general personality, what that says about him. They present him so well, and then here, him being this ominous threat here, yet playful at the same time, playfully dark, is really good. Really good. You made the bungee gum connection before I could? Yeah. I mean, Nen is a reflection of the personality and characterization of the user in a lot of cases. Hisoka's one of the best examples of that. Excuse the voice cracks. Totally agree, Sarah. Daisuke Namikawa is Hisoka. I totally agree, Dragon Knight, yeah. When talking about Heaven's Arena, people usually mainly just talk about Nen as their favorite part, but there's so much good substance. Yeah, it's so mechanically sound. It's so great. Yeah, I've talked about Keith Silverstein's performance as Hisoka. Quite a lot antagonist. I think he does a great job. I think it's a great performance in the dub. But nonetheless, Daisuke Namikawa is the Hisoka for me. That's just how I'll always think of the voice. But yeah, not taking anything away from Keith Silverstein's performance. It's great. It's wonderful. Yeah, this part of the story feels like having a university deadline that you got to submit in a few hours, and Hisoka's stopping you from loading the page. It really does. It does get that vibe across. I watched Hunter x Hunter when I was in university. I got that vibe immediately. Like, you have to cram to finish this exam or this project or whatever. Get me to say anything in my YouTube voice. Okay, Dragon Knight. Bungee gum has the properties of both rubber and gum. Hisoka has the properties of both rubber and gum, flexible in his role in the story, but you can also never get rid of him. Thankfully. The day there's no Hisoka in Hunter x Hunter is the day I cry. Hydrate, you got it. You got it, Taketsu. Your thoughts on the Hisoka origin story? I think it's fine. I think it's good. I think it adds a bit of substance and enriches the character. I don't think it's necessary, but it's nice. It's a nice addition. It's cool. It's solid, you know. I don't want any more than that to be revealed about Hisoka's backstory, though. I think Hisoka being an enigma and being simple in a lot of ways is part of the huge draw of his character. So any more than the revelations from the one-shot, I do not want. I want him to be a mystery. But it doesn't. I think it toes the line nicely. It is. Yeah, it's pretty nice. It's pretty nice. Glad you liked it, Andres. Okay, I think those are all the hydrates. He's like the Joker. Also like the use of Dutch angles here. There are quite a lot of them. Quite a lot of Dutch angles throughout the hallway, showing the depth. Like, it kind of shows the depth of the hallway here. By showing how far away they are from Hisoka. Like, his power, his potential. They play around with it in that way. But also showing the uneasiness of the situation. I just generally really like the presentation and direction of this scene. Then Wing comes and says, we gotta hit the books, you know? I don't really have much thoughts on that antagonist. I never really I never really had that thought. I never really had the thought that Gon and Killua combined, that Hisoka had more potential than them combined. I just thought, he's a prodigy. He seems to be a Nen prodigy, so which tracks, that very much tracks. So I can't really, sorry, I don't really have many thoughts on that. I've never really thought of the idea of him having more potential than them combined. But that sounds like a hell of a lot of potential, so I don't know if I don't know. Is the part where his Nen made the water bitter and sour, while Killua's made it sweet. Yeah. I love that too. His backstory is multiple choice. Yeah. Yeah. I like how Chrollo and Hisoka's fighting styles. Oh, okay, yeah. So Pizza Steve, just so you know, we don't talk too much about future arcs because there are people that are lurking, not talking too much in chat, but that are lurking who are following this along arc by arc. So we can't talk too much about the second part of your message, but I totally agree, and I love that contrast. Hopefully, that's understandable. Hey, Samurai Fruit Punch. I've been well. Anyways, Wing has to crash course them. And they tell him, we'll be back. And this is interesting. I have absolutely no malice. But yeah, anyway, like I said, I won't go too much into the standards. I love the small little detail, but I love the way that aura is presented in Heaven's Arena. It's this, like they call it weightless clothes. It's this white sort of covering film. Just enough that you can see it, but nothing super huge or clunky or anything. But I think it contributes a lot to the aesthetic of the bright lights and the colors of the stage of Heaven's Arena. I think the way that Nen is presented here contributes a lot to the aesthetic. Yeah, like I said, the aesthetics and direction of how the fights look. I love how it looks around Hisoka. I love how it looks around Gon when they're fighting. It's great. Heaven's Arena is such a great transitional arc, equal parts enjoyable and good fun while having so much food for thought through its presentation and subtext, and then the introduction of Nen gives just enough to leave the viewer satisfied but still wanting more. All wrapped up in a perfect climax, never overstays its welcome. Yeah, and like, jumping ahead a little bit, but I love how Gon and Killua are told the ultimate goal of Heaven's Arena, get to, what's it called? Olympia? What's it called? Battle Olympia, where the strongest fight out, the absolute strongest fight out. Battle Olympia, got it. Yeah, my memory ain't that bad. I guess I had it somewhere in there. So it's explained to them. The ultimate goal for everyone here is to reach Battle Olympia. Don't you want to do that? And they go, no, actually, no. Gon just wants to fight Hisoka. I'm just here for the ride to help him out, So when Gon fights Hisoka, I think we're out of here. We don't really care about that. That's kind of boring. And then you're done. Completely natural, completely in character. They don't care about that. They don't care about that sort of glory. Glad you like it, Oyasumi. Glad you like it. I love it. It's just so in character, and again, a little bit of a subversion that makes totally natural sense. Yeah, no worries, Pizza Steve. Just, no worries. And I appreciate you sharing in chat. I appreciate it. What is this? What is this Critty's got? Oh, okay, yeah. Something like that happened to me, I'm not exactly sure what it was. Sometimes I remember it one way, sometimes another. If I'm going to have a past, I prefer it to be multiple choice. Yeah, that's what Andres was referring to earlier, for anyone who didn't get that. What is it with you? What made you the way you are? That mystery is what makes Hisoka so enticing. How have the playoffs been for you so far? Pretty good, Samurai Fruit Punch. The Raptors series is getting kind of exciting. I've enjoyed the Memphis series a lot. Phoenix series. I read it like a manga. That's so funny. That's so funny. I didn't even realize. No wonder it didn't make total sense. Yeah, my bad. But yeah, the sentiment comes across. That's what I love. Heaven's Arena and Greed Island could be their own manga, should Togashi have chosen to delve into that. But they're just drops. They're just drops into these little worlds. Because just for as long as the characters need to be there, right? Not getting a full Hisoka backstory is perfect considering how he is described as someone who doesn't think about that past at all. Yeah, the most we get about it is things, allusions about it being his favorite gum, bungee gum being his favorite chewing gum as a kid. Uh, that's basically the extent of it. And maybe we'll do one more episode. But yeah, so we're taught a lot of the additional principles of Nen. I like how it's presented. It makes sense. Exposition is very natural, like we were talking about before. Sort of a continuation of the lessons they had gotten before. We know he's from a poor family, which is at least a good indication of the kind of things he could have gone through. Yeah, that's all. That's all we need. We don't need more than that. We don't need extensive backstories. Oh, and then here. And then Killua gets a bit of PTSD. Yeah, it would feel exactly like my brother's Nen. Again, alluding to that, he understands it. And then, like I was talking about before, the micropile awakening. I do love Machi's little monologue about Hisoka is one of my favorite quotes about a character, I think. Yes, that's episode 32. That's why episode 32 is so good. If there are... I love episode 32 so much. It's so good. There might be essences of 31 I really love as well, if I'm getting the numbers right. But yeah, it's so great. I'll definitely show the lines for that when we get to it. What do you think it says about Hunter x Hunter's approach to the relationship between maturity and childhood, that Hisoka's own abilities are named after childish things? What I think is that... Too bad we're only on episode 2. This is the third one, but yeah. We're on episode 2. What I think about that is that I think Togashi intentionally blurs... It's 32? Thank you, Sarah. I think Togashi intentionally blurs those lines. I don't think there's any sort of dichotomy there at all. I think that a lot of things... I think that maturity and... I don't think they're viewed as mutually exclusive whatsoever. I think that a lot of ambitions that a lot of the hunters throughout the series, the characters throughout the series, whoever, can be thought of as very childish. Won't get into... I'll just name a couple of characters. For example, something that... one of Bisky's prime motivations, for example, what we've learned about Jing. What we've learned about... Well, obviously Gon. Leorio. Like, a lot of these things come from a very simple, childish goal. But that doesn't mean that maturity is excluded from their character at the same time. Don't know if that answers your question. Meruem as well. Yep. Pariston as well. Sedyednik. I'm just naming names, but yeah, they all play into that sort of base instinct. Yeah, so I'm not sure exactly what you're answering. Hopefully that answered some of it. But I like that it's inherent in so many characters who you might otherwise think would be mature or are mature, yet it's still an element of their character. Yeah, mine as well, Shadow. A great example of the contradiction between maturity and childishness being parts of the same character. And we get that through just what we know about him now, 29, 30 episodes in. Just what we learn about him through hearsay. Maybe an important theme in Hunter x Hunter is how people keep that spirit of childhood alive, adventure and battle. Yeah, I totally agree. It all goes back to one of my favorite quotes in anything ever, um, said by Tendo from Haikyuu. Um, what is the exact quote? I don't want to get it wrong. Isn't what drives, well, this is a different translation, so maybe not. But isn't what drives most people childish? Oh, wow, this is so funny. I googled it. I googled Tendo childish, and the first image is my tweet. That's hilarious. That's hilarious. I made it. But yeah, my top, very common trend between my top two, isn't what drives most people childish in general? That's one of my Google's peak fiction, absolutely. That's one of my, this is something I think is one of my philosophies in life. That childish, okay, yeah, gotcha, Andres. It totally makes sense, yeah. Nen is cool in that your ability cannot be what you are not. The strongest you that you can be is by being yourself, however that comes about. Yes, plays into the way it illustrates characterization. I love it. Because yeah, it's very individualized. You can't emulate other people. You have to go with your build, so to speak, as whoever was it that said that before. But yeah, anyways, that childishness, love that nature of Haikyuu. I mean, that quote's in Haikyuu, but absolutely in Hunter x Hunter. Oh, actually Google it? Is that because you're there? I think it's because you're there. Okay, one sec. I'll Google it. Peak fiction. Yep. There you go. Pretty famous. Hunter x Hunter tattoos and saw your own? Cool. Is yours one of these, Sarah? I think I'd recognize. I'd probably recognize. I can't tell if these are ones I've seen from you specifically. I know you have that Killua chain heart one on your chest. Anyway, I don't know if it's still there. Yeah, no worries. Anyway, I'll look at it later. I'll look at it right at the end. Remind me. Okay, and yeah, so again, I mentioned how I like how Jing reopens the micropiles. Very cool. A Komugi and Meruem one? Okay. Togashi plays as much. Thank you for the follow, Imposter Ouya. Thank you for the follow. We all gotta be drunk on something. Yeah, if not a child can come. Yeah. Only peak fiction. Which is evident through Nen's strength rankings. True. Wing. What's wing? Unless you're a certain character. Okay. Anyway, so I really love. Yeah, I mentioned this already, but I really loved how Wing can. How there's two ways of awakening it, and some people just have the potential to be receptive to that, and some don't. And for some, it can be a very rude awakening, and they're not able to do it. You said Jing. Oh, I gotcha. Yeah, I don't know. I didn't remember that. But yeah, I love how there are different ways of doing it, and they're receptive to that. And poor Zushi. the 1 in 100,000 talent, looking on at the 1 in 10 million talents. Poor boy. But yeah, they get it here. And then what's the line here? These boys are incredible. And then that's what I love. There's that twisted nature to Wing that I was talking about here. At first, he's sweating. You can't see his eyes, and he's kind of reluctant and a little bit hesitant. And then there's that small smirk here. These boys are incredible. There's that smirk, that excitement at being able to teach them, to harness them, to see where they go, whatever it may be. There's that little dark little bit of a twist there. Oh, that's cool. Scroll a little. Okay, let's see. Judgment Chain. Can I share it, Sarah? The burden of potential. The duality of potential. Satot saying earlier on the Hunter exam, but I can? Okay. Satot saying earlier on in the Hunter exam when describing Hisoka that all hunters seek to create rivals for themselves so they can become better, and it shows here. Yeah, hold on, this music is not entirely appropriate. Yeah, that sort of desire for competition. Oh, it's my pin tweet? Gotcha. For some reason it's on Pinterest, that's the link I got, but yeah, nothing motivates a teacher more than having a great student. Yep. And also that hunter spirit. It's cool. I love it. I love that nature of it. So this is Sarah's. It's on Pinterest for some reason. Unless you put it there. So that's very cool. That's awesome. A lot of these are kind of cool. Yeah, it's on Pinterest. You didn't put it there? Yeah, there it is. Anyways, yeah, love this from Wing. That's weird. And then yeah, not much to say about this. There's just the nature of them harnessing it. And then they come fully equipped. They're able to. She did get robbed. They're able to withstand the blizzard because of their weightless clothes. Seems I needn't bother with the traditional initiation. You intend to get some training before challenging me. I have absolutely no urge to fight you right now. Look at this sicko. Love it. And then yeah, this is the part I was talking about later. They enter the 200s, and yeah, no worries, Thomas. And then yeah, Battle Olympia. Look how great. And then they just continue looking on, blank faces. And yeah, cool. Kind of cute. Kind of cuter. What do you think? That's kind of boring to me. I just want to fight Hisoka. And then we have these. So this is indirect characterization through. Yeah, they didn't care at all. Love that. This is indirect characterization through about the nature of the battles here and what it takes to make it to the 200s through the character designs of these guys. Crippled, needing this assistive device, whatever you call it, through Guido's thing. Whatever. Whatever's going on with his eyes. Or maybe that just might be a character design thing. No worries, Spirit Noodle. We'll be done right after I finish this episode, I think. There'll probably be nothing to come back to. But thank you. Hope you have a wonderful day too. I like that Hisoka protected Gon and Killua from the typical newbie greeting. I assume he was aware of the Nen teacher being in their presence already. I wouldn't put it past him at all. I'm not a huge fan of these three either, but they do what they need to do. But yeah, them being so crippled and morphed really tells you again about that volatility of Nen that Wing is talking about through a bit more of overt of an example. Rather than telling, there's a bit of showing there. This song's great, but I can't speak with voices there. Tompa's legacy lives on, everyone emulating the GOAT. Absolutely. Totally. Rookie crushers. All of them. The part where Killua was scared, yeah, has them scared? Yeah, we'll get into that. We like Tompa so much, so give us 3 more. And then one of my favorite shots, upcoming right here. Good boys. Good boys. Love it. And, yeah, they get their new digs. And they set the battle, the first battle, immediately set. Like, they say they want to schedule it. They don't know if it's going to happen. Like, they assume it might happen in a couple weeks, whenever. But Gon is actually scheduled for the next day. And what does he do immediately in response to that? Killua was like, oh, damn, tomorrow. And then what's Gon's response? Immediately starts training. It is, oh, man. Yeah, they're antagonists. They're not meant to be extremely well written or anything. They're basically fodder. I don't care about them much at all, but they play the role. I just want to have a good time, boys. He's goated for that. Fair. I also love how Killua was trying to make Gon aware of the fact that they could have ended up like Guido, Sadaso, and Railvelt, excuse the pronunciation, if they didn't learn 10 before crossing Hisoka, and Gon is not listening at all. Yup. Like, through character design, like I said, they're examples of what could have happened. Again, that volatility, what recklessness can lead to in this world. And Gon, in listening about the threat, the danger of that sort of recklessness, I do not hear it. Gon does not hear it. Which is interesting. I won't say too much more than that. But Gon closes his ears to the dangers of recklessness. Interesting. Jing told them to wait 2 months before fighting, and here Gon is, a fight scheduled the next day. Yep. He is who he is. So reckless and selfish. Yeah, we'll get into Genthru in later streams, but yeah, you guys know about me and Genthru. But yeah, I love his just, okay, tomorrow, got it. Gotta start meditating. And then Killua's response, I think we have a bit of a facial response to this. I don't think I can win yet. Oh, and this is, but that's okay. Love that. I don't think I can win yet, but that's okay. Links back to episode 7 when he couldn't get the ball from Netsudo, but he wants to make incremental progress, so he's flexible and bends back on the fact that I'll get him to use his left hand instead. I won't be able to win, but let's get him to use his left hand. He just wants progress. Yes, totally diametric to Killua. Not looking at the end results, looking at the steps towards that and how that can help him progress as a person. It's great. It's so great. This is Gon. This is how he feels about that sort of, I just need the experience. And then Killua, he's starting to understand. It's diametric to Killua, but before he'd look at that with confusion. Bit of a change in stance here. He's starting to understand it. Yeah, I get that for sure, Shadow. I think I might agree. I might agree with that. So he wants to explore the possibilities of having this power. Winning isn't the end goal here. Let's just explore it. Something detour. Yeah. And then so he gets put up against Guido. Side trips. Oh no. Oh no. And then okay. So Wing tells him right here. Wait 2 months. During that time, teach you as much about Nen as I'm able to do. And Gon goes, actually, no. I'm sorry about that. I really need to fight right now. I want to explore right now. Come on, buddy. That boy's a real handful. Love that in response to this. This shot of Gon? Oh, shit. What have I gotten into? But yeah, then we have him against Guido. That's what we got. He shows off his dancing spinning tops, his manipulator power. This fight is cool. The first look at that sort of aesthetic, the first look of Nen being applied in this sort of way, in this more complex way than we've seen before, through these manipulated tops. Pretty well animated too. Love that character expression, character acting. Gon gets hit, clean hits, whatever, and he has to navigate. What do I do? How do I do this? How do I work around this sort of thing? Nice shot, by the way. And does it end here? And that's where it ends. So yeah, I think that's where we'll end today's discussion. 4 hours is more than I planned to do, but we got caught up in it. This also reminds me of when Gon said facing Hisoka was exciting but also scary. Both times he knew he had no chance of winning, but wanted to be able to achieve something anyway. Yeah, Netero, Hisoka, he nonetheless tries to challenge himself, even when he's advised directly not to. Which is, it's very Gon. It's very Gon. So this was episode 29, I believe it was. That was episode 29. Awakening and Potential. Yeah. So next stream, we will go over, at the very least, episodes 30 to 38. So we'll cover the rest of Heaven's Arena and then the Whale Island interlude. Peak Fiction, by the way. And if we have time after, we may start York New, but no promises about that. We'll see how long we go for. But yeah, I think we'll end it here. We'll end it here for today. How is Togashi so good at keeping so many characters' characterization consistent across so much time? It blows. I have no idea. He has some sort of internal character compass that he keeps consistent throughout. Characters consistently do the same things they've done in the past, but reflect changes in their personality or psychology that have happened since then. Yeah, it's great. Have you covered or do you plan to cover any 99 content? Only if people mention them, because I recently rewatched 2011, not 99. I rewatched it a year ago. Some things are fresh in my mind. I might mention it if they come to me, but this is primarily 2011. There's a cool thing in the next few episodes I'm excited to see how they adapted, since I don't think they did. You don't think they adapted it? Is that what you mean? Andres, you don't think? I'm excited to see how they adapted, since I don't think they did. I'm not sure what you mean. Let me reread that. There's a cool thing in the next few episodes I'm excited to see how they adapted, since I don't think they did. Yeah, I don't know what you mean, Andres. York, I'm so looking forward to York New. The Phantom Troop talk, that will be cool. There's a page in Heaven's Arena that is probably not adapted. Oh, okay. Okay. If you ever get a link to it or can show me it, I'll share it on stream when we talk about it for sure. Okay, cool. Cool. I'm not sure if there's a substitute. I'm sure if I saw it, I'd remember Shadow and Andres, but yeah, it's not ringing any bells right now. Okay, we'll see. We'll talk about it next week. Thank you guys for joining me again. Okay, sounds good, Andres. Yeah, next week, at the very least, we'll cover 30 to 38, and then we'll see. Yeah, these are every Wednesday, 10 a.m. Eastern. Yeah, thanks for coming in, Gritty. Thanks for coming in, Andres. The time never changes. It's always the same time. So yeah. Thank you guys. We'll see. The Xenoblade song made me cry. Yeah. It's a great song. Yeah, so Sunday I will be reading One Piece up to chapter 21. We'll be stopping there, and then I'll be doing my video review of it. That'll be uploaded hopefully sometime in the next 2 weeks, sometime. And we'll be reacting to Kaguya-sama, Spy Family. Monday, Ace Attorney. And, yeah, next week, Hunter x Hunter again. No worries, guys. Thank you for coming in. Let's see if I can quickly raid someone. It's been Hannah all the time. Is there someone else streaming? Or am I going to have to stick to my routine? Let's see. Yeah. It's just going to be Hannah again. Yeah, Andres, we're getting into some great stuff for Ace Attorney. The last stream, my stream on Monday for Ace Attorney, for anyone who wasn't there, if you're interested in checking out the streams, I would recommend it. They're so much fun. Ace Attorney is so much fun. Monday was one of my favorite streams that I've ever done, just because the content, the chat was great. It was tons of fun reading this story, or playing this story, I guess, that I'm not familiar with. It was great. It was so great. And yeah, I talked about whale reproduction, unfortunately. And thank you for the subs and everything. Thank you, guest. Thank you, Sarah. Thank you, Davinator. Thank you, everyone else who contributed. Thank you so much. And yeah, Hannah's pretty deep into Persona 5 Royal, so if you don't want to see that, then do not partake. But again, yeah, many thanks for watching, guys. Have a great rest of the day, rest of the week.